All right, I'm going to bring the meeting to order, the January meeting of the Oregon Transportation Commission. Welcome, everyone. So we've got a lot to do today, and so we'll get underway right away here with a report from our director, Director Strickler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the commission have two brief items, but they're a bit of a celebratory item, each of them. So I'll take them clearly one at a time. The first item is I want to congratulate a team that has been working towards really getting the message out for our Real ID work. And the agency, by way of these individuals that I'll name in a moment, won an AVA Digital Gold Award for Real ID video recently published. So the videographers added a little more to their collection of wins. Videographer Julie Murray and communications manager Tom Fuller won the AVA Digital Gold Award for the video. Videographer Rod Stevens won an honorable mention for the Basque Station video. And the Basque Station video, if you haven't seen it already, is a really unique perspective on some of the work that we do within the agency and the dedication of our employees there. The Digital Award is sponsored and judged by the Association of Marketing and Communications Professionals. And it's an international competition that recognizes excellence by creative professionals responsible for planning, concept, direction, design, and production. So the whole range of production for our digital communication. So I wanted to congratulate the team for a job well done. The second item is DMV call center milestone, and that is a 10-year anniversary milestone. Last month, the DMV celebrated a 10-year anniversary milestone for operating a customer call center, and this might be news to you, but at the Oregon State Correctional Institution. DMV reached out to Oregon Corrections Enterprises in December of 2009 after 20 successful years with a similar program at the Oregon Women's Correctional Center, now Coffee Creek Correctional Facility. The partnership with the Corrections Enterprise enabled DMV to offer the opportunity equally to all eligible adults in custody. The DMV call center program provides useful job and customer service skills in support of the governor's priority to reduce recidivism and help offenders return successfully into their local communities. Agents at the OSCI, assist customers in a wide range of questions and requirements associated with obtaining driver's license, permits, ID cards, titling, and registration. Calls may include scheduling test drives and reinstation of licenses, etc. They're prohibited from accessing any confidential customer information, and so this is a perfect fit for the work that they do, and extensive security protocols are in place, just to provide that context for you. It's a great program. As you look to DMV call centers in general, they answered 1.7 million calls in fiscal 2019, and the agents at OSCI answered 680,000+ of those calls. We wish to continue success with our partnership with OSCI Center Program and appreciate the opportunities that our agency is able to provide in partnership with that work. And we just wanted to celebrate that 10-year milestone. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand down.
Thank you, Director Strickler. Can we have Tom and his team stand so we can properly recognize him? Tom, everywhere I go, I hear your voice. So I'm going to be about Real ID. So congratulations on rolling out the work on that, and you know, it's on the tip of everyone's tongue, and hopefully we're not going to have too many surprises at the airport come October. So so congratulations. I want to take just a second at this moment to, before we get to public comment, to recognize Jackie Carlisle. Jackie, this is Jackie's last meeting at the commission after she's been at ODOT for many, many years, and she's been in this role, I think, for almost 10 years. She has been critical to onboarding commissioners and ensuring that the commission-ODOT relationship functions at a high level. She has been, I'll just speak for myself personally, I know I my experience is reflected in the experience of everyone who works with her. She is extraordinarily helpful, tremendously responsive, willing to answer any question, no matter how stupid, and really has just been so tremendous to the commission being able to do its work. We all feel really lucky to have gotten to work with you, Jackie. We know you're going to stay in the department, move on to another opportunity. So ODOT is not losing you, and we know your extension, so we're really not losing you. But we are losing having you here for the meetings and having you doing all the work that you do to make them come off as well as they do. So I just want to say and I'll then open the mics to others to comment, but I just want to thank you, not only on behalf of me and all of us, but also on behalf of all of the commissioners who preceded us and got the opportunity to work with you. So congratulations on a great stint as in your current role, and best of luck in your future endeavors.
Thank you.
Others? Other comments?
We'll miss you, Jackie, and I'll miss my hugs.
Thank you. I'm the newest member, and you were very gracious onboarding me. I'm also a little concerned that I was the one who, tipped the scales to make you leave, so hopefully that wasn't the case.
Commissioner, I might add that I'm relatively new as well, so there might be something there.
Thank you. I feel a lot better
We're
now.
not going to read too much into what's happening here. We're just going to assume Jackie wants to do something new. So, Jackie, thank you so much. With that, I'm going to move to public comment. And we have, I think, 5 people signed up. I'm going to start with Terry Parker. Is Terry here? I'm also going to call up Scott Hill, Rick Olson, and Charles Ormsby so that we can just move through these comments with as little fuss as possible. I think you're all aware we have a 3-minute time limit for public comment by individuals, and we're going to adhere to that. So there is this clock in front of me that will show you where you are over here on the time. And if you have handouts, please let us know so they can be distributed. And with that, Mr. Parker, the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Thank you.
See, she's already proving the point I was trying to make. We don't operate well without her.
My name is Terry Parker. I am a resident of Northeast Portland. Public polling by both Metro and TriMet clearly demonstrates the anti-car bicyclists and transit riders, although audibly loud, do not speak for or represent most Portlanders. Reducing congestion and increasing motor vehicle capacity have consistently been top priorities for the majority of voters, scoring well above improving transit and far above adding more bicycle infrastructure. It seems, however, our elected officials are not listening. Fixing the I-5 bottleneck at the Rose Quarter, the worst on the entire I-5 corridor, is far more important than a $3 billion light rail line between downtown Portland and Bridgeport Village that will also require endless taxpayer subsidies to operate. History clearly demonstrates higher rates of personal mobility, such as driving, significantly contributes to greater economic productivity, which in turn generates family wage jobs. 59% of low-income people drive to their place of employment. Modest transportation costs and fuel prices are key components in keeping the economy humming. Roadways should not be just for the rich. Tolling motorists is a discriminatory form of dictatorial social engineering that will only enlarge the wedge between income groups. Motorists already pay their share for roads and bridges with gas taxes, license, and registration fees, all of which are being fleeced and siphoned off to subsidize the alternatives. Any tolling should only be paid by the bicyclists that currently don't pay their own way. Along with adding license and registration fees, bicycle tolls would then be the solitary funding for those dedicated lanes of privilege and other bicycle infrastructure. More motorist-paid fuel tax revenues could then be used for I-5. Likewise, transit service needs to become more financially self-sustainable with fares also helping to pay for road maintenance. One two-axle bus does as much damage to the streets and roads as 1,200 cars. On 82nd Avenue alone, TriMet makes 223 trips a day. It would take over 267,000 cars in a 24-hour period to do the same. As for climate change, the underlying issue is unsustainable population growth and overpopulation of the planet, which also has ties to hunger, poverty, homelessness, etc. With a smaller world population, the use of fossil fuels would not be a big issue. The focus needs to be on reducing population growth and maintaining urban green space, especially around homes. In closing, adding weave lanes to I-5 at the Rose Quarter will reduce crashes and improve traffic flow, which in turn will reduce the burning of fuel for idling when drivers are stuck in traffic. The newly completed, less controversial weave lanes on I-205 have clearly demonstrated this concept works. Not modernizing I-5 to keep up with the current growth rate only intensifies congestion, fuel consumption, emissions, all by default. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Any questions? Okay, the next two commenters are Mayor Scott Hill from McMinnville and Yamhill County Commissioner Rick Olson. Welcome. So each of you will have 3 minutes, but you're speaking about the same subject, so I assume you've got your choreography down.
We do. Chair and Commissioners, it's good to be before you again. I think we're stalking you. We've followed you for the last 3 meetings. But again, I'm Scott Hill, Mayor of McMinnville, representing the Newberg-Dundee bypass and our efforts in that arena. Dave Hogelberg would be here today, but he's on a well-deserved out-of-the-country vacation, and so we're thinking of him. But we also, last time we were in front of you, we brought letters of support from multiple cities, multiple counties, state representatives we had with us, businesses, agriculture, medical, and the citizens of primarily in Yamhill County. So we have wide support on the issues that are in front of us on the Newberg-Dundee bypass. We want to thank the OTC. We want to thank ODOT for the support of Phase 1, and we've seen the benefit of that, and we've shared that with you. But with the Phase 1 being completed, we have congestion north of Newberg and south of Dundee. We also have a critical need in 219 and McKay Road. We talked to you a little bit about that, and Representative Post was pretty emotional about what's happening on McKay Road. I'll tell you, if you use Android or Apple devices and navigation, the route from Portland to Yamhill County now is McKay Road. It takes people there, and people use those devices to get where they need to go because it gives you the most direct and fastest route. And so it's a known entity right now. I would like to share with you, last February, there was a group of us that went to Washington, D.C., and we met with each of our representatives and senators from Oregon. We had an opportunity to meet with the Department of Transportation, the Department of Highways, and with Build America. And we brought our process and what we were looking for to that group. And this is a rural project on a high priority federal. It has high federal priority, and it is a commercial truck facility also, and it's in rural area, which fits the criteria that Washington was looking for. And so where we are today is we're just here to share our message and support. We want to partner. In Phase 1, we participated in local funding, and that was one of the things that helped us get Phase 1 together. I know as the grants are coming, you've got some heavy decisions to be made, and as you have some STIP money, maybe, the financing of this project is critical. And whether we're on the list right now or not, we ask you to take our message and look and support us as we move forward. Rick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner?
Thank you, Vice Chair Van Brocklin, Vice Chair Simpson, and the rest of the commission, and giving us the opportunity to talk to you a little bit today. I'm going to hit a little bit more on the economic value and emergency resiliency values that this brings to not only Yamhill County, but it also brings to our neighbors to the west, all the Central Oregon coastal counties. As a board member on the Associated Oregon Counties Board, that we have the full backing and support from Lincoln County, Tillamook County, and all the coastal counties, because they realize that the Newberg-Dundee bypass is critical to their economic development also. It's also critical to them for resiliency purposes and evacuation purposes, with Spirit Mountain Casino acting as the large, as soon as you get over the Coast Range, a large disaster center. But what's really important is we've talked about before in front of you that the wine industry in Yamhill County is a $6 billion industry. And I think most of you are probably aware of that and how much freight that depends on. But I want to talk a little bit about another industry in Yamhill County that is getting very traffic dependent. And you may not know that Yamhill County is actually the heart of Oregon hazelnut country, and it's one of the top hazelnut producers in the world. People prefer the Oregon hazelnuts because they're bigger, better, they're a better texture, and this last year there was over 65,000 filbert trees planted in Yamhill County. Well, those have to go to market anyway, and there's no way to get them to market. And I think so what I really want to ask is that we realize in partnering with ODOT, who's been a great partner on phase one, is that it's very important that we position this for an infra grant. And right now that we need our partners, ODOT, to make this a priority so we can get funding, infrastructure funding, because when we were in Washington, D.C., everybody we talked to said it's an ideal rural project, fits all the criteria, but sorry, we can't give you any funding because it's not shovel-ready and it has to be submitted by ODOT. So we look forward to working with our partners to make it that way, because we don't know when the next opportunity is going to come up, and an infrastructure grant is critical to completing, as we call now, phase to finish. We don't say Rex Hill to Dundee, but it's to complete the whole bypass. So with that said, I'd like to again thank you all, and excuse my voice, it just gets raspy every once in a while. But I'd like to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to come in front of you again.
Thank you, Commissioner Olson. Mayor Hill, I know we're arranging a meeting in February as a follow-up to our discussions last fall, so I look forward to that and appreciate your testimony. Mr. Ormsby.
Yes? Okay, good. My name is Charles Ormsby. I go by the nickname Skip. I am co-chair of what is referred to as the Birds Hill CPONA on the northeast quadrant of Lake Oswego, which is Willamette River Mile 20. The infrastructure item there is the Union Pacific Railroad Bridge, Lake Oswego Railroad Bridge. I appreciate the comments from other people. The problem, we have multiple problems, and the basic is nomenclature and getting terms aligned for movement of handicapped people from this facility, God help you, to your headquarters down in Salem, and it's arduous enough. I took a look at some of the travel times here. I gave up, used a car today. Buses, this is a black hole of transit, to put it gently. Some people in this room would have been faced with about an hour commute using TriMet and about a 3/4 mile walk. Pushing a wheelchair is arduous. And I'm trying to align terms, terminologies, and I may be asking some of you to be subject to what I'm formulating as Margaret's chair challenge. In other words, use a Beezy board to get from the chair that you're sitting in to the chair of a wheelchair and then around the region in it. I'm interested in being knowledgeable about the level of service changes that ODOT is proposing with Metro in terminology definitions. This affects my highway, which is Highway 43. I'm rather intimate with it. There's one particular intersection, Highway 43 and Terwilliger Boulevard. It has every jurisdictions coming through there, and I appreciate what you people have to go through. Also, I think the letter that ODOT Region 1 put out 2017, December 17th, Thursday or Friday, telling Lake Oswego get TriMet, they own the highway, and get allow TriMet buses to get from Portland Transit Mall to the Lake Oswego Transit Center with an increased turn radius is imperative. Let's see, I-5, I-205 tolling. We want to know what's being impacted because Highway 43 north of West Lynn is the only way to get to town on the west bank of the Willamette River other than I-5. Also, I hope you communicate with Clackamas County and get briefings for CPOs and whatnot. The key thing that I'm here today is express you'll need to know to attempt this alignment of terms and access for handicap is the nomenclature of Google Map Plus codes, and I'm trying to write up a briefing paper on that, and USGS quads. I think the urban area here, from literally the Santiam River south of Salem to the Cowlitz River in the state of Washington, I need one uniform quadrangle grid with the Google Map Plus codes grid to exemplify where something is at various levels of resolution. I hope ODOT will work with me on this and provide that information so we can put definitions of like the metro statistical area, including Vancouver, into this box of stuff. And we align terms so that we can communicate with various entities and agencies. Birds Hill has to deal with just about everybody from our local city, county, all the way to the White House, including Army Corps of Engineers. So I know the difficulties that you face here and stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ormsby. Thank all of you for being here today. We appreciate your testimony. We have one other commenter, Doug, and I'm going to mess up his last name. I think it's Riggs. No? Doug? Not here. Oh, he is here. Oh, great. Fantastic. Sorry about messing up your last name, so you can correct me. Welcome.
Chair, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Doug Riggs on behalf of the city of West Lynn. Speak. There we go. Wow, that's a booming voice. So I'll repeat that. For the record, I'm Doug Riggs here on behalf of the city of West Lynn, and I really appreciate the time today. I won't take much time. I know you've got a lot on your agenda. I am just here to put in a plug for moving I-205 up in the queue. As you know, due to the good work of the ODOT design crew and the design contractor, this project is design ready and enjoys tremendous support from all the cities in the Clackamas County area, from Clackamas County businesses and from residents. These shovel-ready upgrades are on schedule and ready for engineering and construction. With several large projects looming in the next several years, staging these projects is important from both a fiscal and a management standpoint. Starting 205 now makes both fiscal and management sense. I want to point out that I-205 and the Abernathy Bridge enjoy broad bipartisan legislative support. And the last point I'd make about this is I think, having spoken to numerous legislators in the last few weeks, they are enthusiastically hoping that a plan for moving this project up in the queue is presented. So I think there's great deference to ODOT on this. So the last thing I want to say is Chris came and toured the facilities, I-205, Abernathy Bridge, and 43. I think we recognize the connection between those two projects is very important, and just want to emphasize that the city and the county and all the partners in the region stand ready to work with ODOT and the OTC to hopefully get this project underway. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming, and we agree. It's a high priority. Okay, with that, I think unless there are others who want to comment, I have no one else signed up. Is there anyone else who is here and would like to speak? All right, seeing none, we will move to our next subject. Assistant Director Brower and team.
Chair Van Brockland, members of the commission. I am, for the record, Assistant Director Travis Brower. And we are here today to talk about the Oregon Innovative Partnerships Program. We've brought Meg Rao along. She is our OIPP manager who handles this program. You may recall that this was a request from, I think it was Commissioner Simpson at the meeting in Sun River in October, where we brought you the project related to fiber optic along US 97 and how we were able to use our special procurement authority under OIPP to move that forward as a public-private partnership. So we wanted to come back today and give you a little bit more detail about how we've been able to use this in the past and some of the basic opportunities that it presents. Meg has been on now for about, 4 months in this role, so I didn't want to throw her into the deep end, given that I've been involved in this program for several more years, have a little bit more historical context. So while Meg is going to actually be your presenter today, I am here when you asked the question, well, why did you do that back in 2011? And I hopefully will have at least a little bit of context.
Welcome, Meg.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
keeping him on track.
Thanks, Travis. Good morning, Chair Van Brocklin and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Meg Rao. I'm the manager of the Oregon Innovative Partnerships Program, and I'm honored to be here today to present a more in-depth look at the Innovative Partnership Program. As Travis mentioned, I was briefly before you in October with Art James, but I'd like to take a moment now to introduce myself a little more formally. My career has been in public service law and policy, art, and climate advocacy. I have a degree from the University of Oregon School of Law, where I earned a certificate in environment and natural resource law and was a fellow in the Energy Law and Policy Project. In a prior life, I earned a Master's of Fine Art from the Art Institute of Chicago and a bachelor's in psychology. I served as a director on the Oregon Citizens Utility Board, a work group with the Oregon Sustainability Board, and on numerous environmental organization leadership positions. I joined ODOT in 2018 and just recently moved to the Office of Innovation. And I'm pleased to be part of this office to help achieve ODOT's important objectives, specifically to develop sustainable funding to replace the fuel tax and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in our transportation sector. Who's got my slides? Oh, there it is. Thank you. There we go. I'll start today with a little about the legal foundation for this program and provide a brief look at how these procurements differ from the State Procurement Code, ORS 276. Or 279, I'm sorry. I think it's 276. I'll talk a little about 3 of our projects that demonstrate different procurement methods and then leave some time for some questions. The legislature created the Innovative Partnership Program in 2003, granting the Office of Innovation flexible tools and capabilities to bring both innovation and expedited project delivery to transportation projects. By inviting partners in at earlier stages of project development, the Office of Innovation can maximize entrepreneurial approaches and identify technology and solutions not previously on ODOT's radar. In partnering with other DOTs, tech firms, auto manufacturers, and other OEMs, we are able to leverage public funds with private capital and also to share the risk. We're able to achieve more together than either party could alone. All this results in a best value solution as intended. The Oregon administrative rules provide the operational details based on the foundation of the revised statutes, and they're up on the slide if anyone's interested. Together, they allow innovative partnerships to waive most elements of the public contracting code while placing additional oversight into the hands of this commission. In that oversight role, the commission is charged to confirm that the project fits within the definition, the statutory definition of transportation project, and make a formal finding that the project has, again, statutory language, the potential to accelerate cost-effective delivery and promote innovative approaches to carrying out the project. The commission must authorize the Office of Innovation to negotiate with potential partners and approve all binding agreements that ODOT enters. Let's think a minute about a conventional project, a construction project. Maybe it's a bridge. We can imagine a standard design bid build request for proposals. The project is likely all publicly funded. The public sector carried all the risk. It was awarded to a lowest bidder. There was likely a succession of contracts covering separate project phases. And ODOT remains responsible for the project stewardship, the maintenance of that bridge, for example. Contrast that to the West Coast Electric Highway, which you heard a little bit about in October. We customized an RFP to achieve something never done before, a public electric vehicle charging network. The award went to the best suited, highest value solution. We modified the general services contract and structured payments and licensing agreements using non-standard terms. A combination of public and private financing was used. And in this particular project, we partnered with Washington's DOT to collaborate on identifying one firm capable of providing the equipment and network in both states. And the private sector is responsible for the stewardship of these assets and the network itself. And this project is an example of one that could not have been achieved without the tools of this program. The enabling statute defines a transportation project as this: any undertaking that facilitates any mode of transportation in the state. This broad and highly flexible authority can be used for projects from highways, ports, and bridges, like this beautiful St. John's Bridge, to public transportation, telecommunication, and electric vehicles charging. There are three avenues through which a project proposal may be considered for the program. The first is a customized request for proposals, or RFP. The statutes and rules provide for flexibility in how an RFP is crafted, how it's advertised, how it's evaluated, among many other factors. This customization enables pilots, such as the Road Usage Charge Program, and projects that are at the forefront of transportation technology. A key distinction is OI's, the Office of Innovation's ability to negotiate pursuant to statute with an RFP proposer after that proposer has been selected to get the best value. And that's something that is strictly prohibited in the procurement code. The office is also able to receive unsolicited proposals from private firms or units of government. This so far has been infrequent, but there are extensive rules in place to ensure fairness and transparency. And lastly, and most unique, the office may enter into direct negotiations with private firms. And you're familiar with the best example of that, which is the Broadband Connectivity Project. ODOT was approached by Facebook with a project concept. After due diligence and approval, your approval, the office and project leadership with the Department of Justice assistance entered into direct negotiations, resulting in a shared use agreement that this commission approved in October. This mechanism also provides the ability to invite private partners to participate in conceptual stages of a project before it's fully defined. That builds our capacity and informs better solutions. In this way, ODOT can respond nimbly to transportation improvement opportunities as they arise and stay on top of advances in transportation technology. The Office of Innovation uses these inherently flexible statutes and rules to craft procurements that bring the right partners together and select proposals to achieve a best overall solution. So we'll look at a few. Pardon me. The Oregon Solar Highway Initiative envisioned ODOT partnering with utilities and private firms to develop solar generation on unused right-of-ways and feed it into the grid. These developments would share three characteristics: an existing public right-of-way so it's land already owned by ODOT, and the site is not scheduled for any conflicting use for at least 20 to 25 years. In generating the renewable energy, the projects would also serve additional public values, things like creating or sustaining local green tech jobs, shifting the burden of maintaining that parcel to the private partner, and providing a mechanism for ODOT to offset its carbon footprint. The first project is here. This is the solar demonstration project located at the I-5 and I-205 interchange. I'm sure we've all passed it. ODOT partnered with PGE to build this project with third-party financing. The business arrangement allowed the project to access state and federal tax benefits as well as utility incentives. The demonstration project is net metered, meaning that the kilowatts generated on site feed into the grid and offset the energy that ODOT uses to power that highway interchange. This facilitates transportation through safety lighting and cost savings. The renewable energy certificates accrued to the financer and the operator. Our first full project is the Baldock Solar Station located here. It's adjacent to a safety rest area south of Wilsonville. ODOT partnered again with PGE, this is still in their service area, and developed a business model using a sale leaseback agreement. PGE financed and constructed the project, and on completion sold it to the financing institution, which was Bank of America at the time. And it is the tax equity partner. The tax benefits and other financial incentives accrue to the bank, and the bank leases the project back to PGE to operate and maintain. At the end of the tax benefit period, 60 to 72 months, PGE had the option to purchase the project from the bank. While the electricity generated at Baldock goes into the PGE grid, the environmental benefits, the renewable energy credits, go to the project partners, ODOT, PGE's Clean Wind Program, and the Energy Trust of Oregon, and that's roughly in proportion to their investment in the project. The RECs received by ODOT count towards offsetting our carbon footprint. At the time of installation, the Baldock solar site was the largest solar array at a rest area in the world, and it likely still is. ODOT's two solar projects combined generate approximately 2 million megawatts of electricity annually. The Solar Highway Initiative is now over a decade old. One of its initial goals in particular is worth noting, and it's this: to fulfill mandates to develop clean, renewable, and secure energy resources at costs no greater than purchasing electricity from the grid. It's uncertain what the term secure energy resources meant in 2018, but today, given what we understand about the vulnerability of all infrastructure in the event of a Cascadian subduction zone event, and the increasing potential for major wildfires to disrupt large swaths of the grid, as in California, resiliency of that electric grid should be of concern to Oregon leaders. As ODOT's fleet and the transportation system as a whole moves towards electrification, solar-powered battery storage, microgrids, and other renewable technologies have a role to play in supporting highway safety and police, fire, and community transportation needs in the case of significant disruptions. Oh, that I should have turned to earlier. That's an aerial site of the location prior to, that's all, the green is all ODOT property. Oregon's West Coast Electric Highway network of EV chargers continues to serve as a critical link for electric vehicle travel around the state. With 44 stations throughout Oregon, including stations along I-5 and 101, and both continuing into Washington and California, and sections of 84 with routes into Central Oregon. The network has dispensed over 1 million kilowatt hours of charging, powering over 3 million miles of electric driving through more than 110,000 individual charging sessions. The initial partnership used a customized RFP in a competitive process with both public and private funding, and partnered with national EV equipment and network firm. In October of 2019, under direction from the legislature and Governor Brown, ODOT initiated plans to upgrade the existing network to include dual protocol DC fast charge stations to support the growing number and variety of electric vehicles on Oregon's roads today. The current network owner is not interested in upgrading in the upgrade project, so we are preparing a competitive RFP process and are drafting the RFP now. A rough timeline, subject to change, is as follows. In March of this year, a pre-proposal webinar will be held for interested parties to provide further details and answer questions transparently. The RFP should be issued in April with the proposal due in May, and we anticipate making an award by midsummer. There's the primary section of the network. Oops, I went too far. The last project I wanted to talk about related to the network is, to the highway, is the Alternative Fuels Corridor Project. The Federal Highway Administration has created a national network of designated alternative fueling and charging infrastructure within the national highway system. Their objective is a nationwide alternative fuel corridor system that allows drivers of passenger vehicles and medium and heavy-duty vehicles to safely and confidently travel on federal highways and interstates. The fuels they include are electricity, propane, compressed natural gas, and liquid natural gas, as well as hydrogen. ODOT is focused exclusively on electric vehicle infrastructure at this point. Federal Highway has jurisdiction over the highway signage, so without this designation, no state DOTs can install signs. It permits the DOTs only to install signage on the highway interchanges, and the signs are indicating the type of fuel available at an exit, similar to a gas station sign. The signage will reduce range anxiety for alternative fuel drivers, encourage additional infrastructure on the corridor, and accelerate public interest and awareness of existing alternative fuel services. There's no funding attached to this designation now, but the 2019 Infrastructure Act before Congress includes grant funds for infrastructure on designated corridors, so we have our fingers crossed. The West Coast Electric Highway corridors were designated as meeting the signage ready category in the first round in 2016. The I-5 and 101 and part of 84 are ready, and the remaining portion of 84 has been east to Idaho, has been designated as pending, indicating that it meets some but not all of the requirements for ready status. I'm currently working on an application to nominate as pending US 97 border to border and US 26 from the coast to the junction of 97 at Madras. We hope that recognizing US 97 will encourage development of very needed infrastructure in Central Oregon and start laying the foundation for EV charging as ODOT's fleet transitions to electric. We are all keenly aware, the people in this room perhaps more than others, that the per mile revenue from fuel taxes is projected to decrease substantially over the next decades. And this is due to increasing fuel efficiency and the desire to decrease greenhouse gas emissions, both worthy accomplishments. The trend jeopardizes ODOT's main revenue source and the well-being of the Oregon transportation system, as well as future bonding capabilities. The 2001 legislature anticipated this funding dilemma and created a task force to investigate options for generating for generating sustainable funding for Oregon's transportation system. The task force oversaw 2 pilot projects to test per mile charging in 2006 and again in 12. And as a result of these projects, ODOT developed the Orego program, the nation's first fully operational voluntary road use charge program. Orego allows volunteers to choose to pay a 1.7 cent per mile road use charge and receive an offset for state fuel tax paid. Oregon is recognized as the international leader on per mile road use charges. Oregon, along with 14 other Western state departments of transportation, are collaborating on research and pilots to study interoperability of a pay per mile system across state lines. In closing, I want to thank you for your time and your interest in this program and projects, and I look forward to bringing you new projects in the coming years. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Questions? Commissioner Brown?
So Meg, one of the things that I wanted to circle back on was you were talking about designated signage for electric vehicles through ODOT. And I think one of the things we need to consider in the future, maybe in working with partnership with Clean Cities, is to identify other fueling opportunities, because I think that although the state is pushing for electric vehicles, there are other opportunities for RNG, CNG, LNG, propane, et cetera. I could go on. And this is kind of dear to my heart because it's something that I think that we can't put all our eggs in one basket and just think about one fueling. And so I hope maybe trying to connect the Clean Cities coalitions across our state with our agency and try to get them to move forward on that and look at that.
Thank you for that comment. In the the first round in 2016, we actually partnered with Clean Cities, Columbia-Willamette Clean Cities, to include their proposal for designating propane. And so the propane sites that are designated currently are in the pending category. There's not enough to qualify as ready. We're happy to do that. We don't have the technical capacity or the staff availability to pursue that as in addition to electric at this point. I have been contacted by some folks in the hydrogen area and as well as propane who are interested, and I've told them as well that if you put a project, a corridor nomination together, that we'll be happy to work with you and submit it under our name, because it has to go in under the Department of Transportation.
Real fast, sorry, Chair. And maybe Travis, you can chime in on this one. I'm just curious as to, as you said, with the lack of capacity and essentially infrastructure in this particular office, I mean, is there a time or place for us to really start considering, giving all the other conversations around funding and resources available for, the agency going into the future? Obviously, as you alluded to, our challenges with gas tax and everything. I'm just curious if we should be considering looking into maybe some kind of short-term, mid-term business plan, per se, for lack of better words, for this particular department. I don't know, I'm just curious whether or not, since we are not at the capacity, but we know that this is gonna be an important element to the wave of the future, is it the time now for us to start investing and start putting more resources behind some of these initiatives and some of these concepts, or is the time not ripe yet? Obviously, we're going through climate discussions once again, and so obviously those are gonna play into this as well, but I'm just curious if you can touch on that a little bit.
Yeah, Commissioner Simpson, I think it's a really good question, and it's one that will definitely be informed by the interagency climate conversation that is going on now between ODOT and DEQ and ODO and DLCD that the governor has directed us in terms of implementation of STS. So absolutely, that needs to be one of the pieces, is figuring out what's ODOT's role in the alternative fueling arena, and then figuring out what level of resourcing we need to do there. We have had one FTE, her colleague, Mary Brazel, is the person who is ODOT's electric vehicle policy advisor, who engages with those other state agencies in a variety of forums. There's a zero emission vehicle interagency working group. There's an Oregon Solutions Project. So we're definitely at the table and working in all those. There's questions about both the level of staff resourcing and the level of investment from the state in terms of the actual fueling networks, et cetera. So I would say that ODOT and the OTC are really leading in a lot of ways in terms of putting the resources in with the recapitalization of the West Coast Electric Highway as well as its original construction. But we'll have to make some determinations about, do we enhance that effort going forward, and what's the relative role of utilities, the private sector, state agencies, et cetera, in providing that fueling network for a variety of alternative fuel vehicles.
I just want to echo Commissioner Brown's statements and comments regarding to not boxing ourselves into just one silo of an alternative fuel or option in order to support mobility as an energy resource solely just predicated on electric. I think we definitely need to be considering all different options that are low carbon options for us available.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think this might be a good topic for a workshop in March. I think we are at a point where we should be talking about this and obviously how this fits into the broader strategy about our long-term funding, medium to long-term funding strategy. This is certainly a piece of that. So I agree with my fellow commissioners on this. I had one question, Meg, about solar, which is a lot of the examples you showed, I'm sure they were just examples, but were greenfield sites, and I'm wondering whether we're also working on rooftop solar, and as we do have a number of buildings, that's a piece I think we should be thinking about they're all investments, they all cost money, but they also could be a part of this whole discussion about all kind of a mix of energy sources for the department.
Thank you, Chair Van Brocklen. You are correct. Those are great opportunities. We have not looked at those yet, but I think those should certainly be in the mix in looking forward at solar opportunities. We did a statewide look at what vacant property, unused ODOT property might be suitable for solar sites. That, pardon me, did not go down to the boots on the ground level, but we have the big picture of unused property that might be appropriate. And I think it's definitely worth looking at doing an inventory of all our flat rooftops.
We actually do have solar panels on the roof of the T building. If you ever want to go up there, we'd be happy to take you up and show you those.
And one other thing to consider, I'm not even sure what the name or the term of it is. I'm going to say a bridge canopy, the thingies that go over the bridges. I mean, those are obviously valuable.
The vice chair is being modern again. Modern nomenclature.
Whether or not if those are adequate areas or if they have the capacity to be able to support solar options as well.
Other questions or comments? Thank you very much for your presentation, very interesting. Thank Vice Chair Simpson for marking this when we were talking last fall as a subject we should be getting a briefing on, and so thank you for your leadership on that, Commissioner. Okay, we have an action item, I believe. Marlene Hardinger is here to, ODOT's Chief Auditor is here to talk to us about an item that we need to, we're scheduled to take action on. Marlene?
That was easy. Great. Good morning, Chair Van Brocklen, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Marlene Hartinger, Chief Auditor for the Department. I'm pleased to share the 2020-2021 Internal Audit Plan with you today. This plan establishes our work priorities over the next 2 years and reflects the culmination of many contributions. While as the independent auditor, we make the final decision on what to audit, we sought input from a broad range of stakeholders to inform our determination. We appreciated the time and the thoughtful input from all parties and especially all members of the Transportation Commission. We also heard from Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee members, Legislative and Governor's Office representatives, area commissions on transportation, advisory committees, local governments, and MPOs, and federal and state partners. Management and staff from across the department also provided their insights. In total, we had over 70 interviews contributing to the plan. Not surprisingly, emerging as high priority areas, continuing implementation of House Bill 2017 and project delivery. And you'll see these topics have significant emphasis on the plan. We have a look at the House Bill implementation itself, with an anticipated focus on the transparency and accountability provisions of the bill. For project delivery, coverage includes construction contract administration, addenda, project delivery initiative implementation, portfolio management and STIP project selection, and we also have time set aside for the Rose Quarter project, and this would be for audit work to be scoped on an ongoing basis. Other topics on the plan include A&E contract development, public transit funding, civil rights, motor carriers green light program, and DMV's MPG ratings for vehicle registration fees. And we also have time on the plan for follow-up to previous audits to assess corrective actions and flexible time for commission and management requests. An important aspect I'd like to highlight, though, is that throughout our interviews, we heard diversity, equity, and inclusion, and climate change as priorities. And while some of our audits will have touch points, these are sizable topics and not easily addressed in a single audit. So even though these topics are not directly stated on our plan, we have developed a new approach to incorporate them into our planning across all audits. As each audit gets underway, a first step will be for us as an internal audit staff to brainstorm how diversity, equity, and inclusion, and climate change relate to the audit subject at hand, and then we will consider that as the audit moves forward. In this way, we will be continually mindful of these priorities in all of our work. And another new approach with the plan I would also like to share with you today is a collaborative effort we will be undertaking with the Secretary of State Audits Division. We are planning to engage in a joint audit with them later this year. Our offices are uniquely positioned to take this on. We follow the same auditing standards, and we have a team of professionals who specialize in performance auditing. This collaboration will be the first of its kind and will allow our teams to learn from one another and leverage our capabilities. The joint topic will be one from our internal audit plan, but that is still to be selected which topic from that. So in closing, we look forward to delivering the content of the plan, exploring some new opportunities, and to sharing the results with you. The plan has already been reviewed by the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, the Audit Subcommittee, and is presented to you today for your adoption. And with that, thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Marlene. Are there questions? Do I have a motion to adopt the plan?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Marlene. Marlene, I have one more thing. So this is, we are at a point, Marlene, where we want to take a second to recognize your service to the state over the last 25 years.
Oh, my goodness.
So, I have gotten to know you very well working on the CIAC, being the member of the Audit Subcommittee that now Commissioner Smith serves in both those roles, actually, and got to know you through that process and elsewhere. So my experience with you is just you're an exemplary servant to the state and leader in the department, and we are all grateful for your service to ODOT and prior to that in the Secretary of State's office. So I want to compliment you on your service and thank you. And I have in my pocket a 25-year pen for Marlene. So I'd like to present that to you on behalf of the Commission and the Department and the State of Oregon at this time.
Thank you very much. It's just an honor.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Director? Oh, Director, thoughts?
Thank you, and I'm going to take a picture.
All right, take a picture. So any comments the director may have, I invite, or the other members of the commission.
I'll be very brief, but just to congratulate Marlene on not only the 25 years of dedicated service, but just the proactive nature in which she's kind of taken on some of the innovative work that she just described, partnering with some of our partner agencies within the state to conduct kind of real-time and in parallel audit work is new and unique, and I want to congratulate her and support her in doing that work, so thank you.
Great. Thank you all so much. It's truly been an honor and a privilege to serve the department in the state of Oregon.
Marlene, I had the opportunity earlier to sit down with you for about an hour and a half and learn more about audits than I ever imagined. And I really appreciated that because it gave me a different perspective on the things that we look at, both as a commission and as ODOT. So thank you for your work. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marlene.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work. over the next 25.
No pressure.
Assistant Director Brower is back with a team of experts here. So introduce the next topic.
Yes, Commissioners, for the record, I'm still Travis Brower, Assistant Director of ODOT, and I brought my posse of folks from our Delivery and Operations Division who actually are the experts on the topics we're going to discuss today. So I am going to give you a brief overview of the investment strategy work that we're going to be undertaking. If I could have the clicker. Thank you, sir. I will walk you through a little bit about this. We also have today with me Mac Lind, our Deputy Delivery and Operations Division, Justin Mottery, who's our State Pavement Engineer, and then Ray Mabey, who's our State Bridge Engineer. So you'll recall last month I walked you through a little bit about the strategic investment line of work that you're going to be engaged in this year. That really is a continuation of the work you did last year with a series of workshops on strategic investment. I sort of would say that was the 101 course on strategic investment. This year, we're going to be giving you more of the upper division, 301, 401 sort of course, as you really engage in a number of key decisions on the STIP and the budget. So this investment strategy work that we're going to be starting today is really meant to tee that up, to help you make good decisions as you're allocating funds and setting the program boundaries for that process a little bit later in the year. One of the biggest concepts that we want to ensure that you are able to grasp as part of this is really about the trade-offs. With limited funding, and you'll see how limited in a little while, it has to be a weighing of trade-offs. Any increase in investment in any part of the system to meet needs really comes at the expense of something else. That's inherent. But at this point, as you'll see, we really have reduced resources going forward. And that means that we need to be very strategic in our investments, ensuring that we're putting those all to the highest and best use. So you'll recall we talked last month, I shared with you the investment strategy that the commission had done back in 2017. So your work over the next several months is intended to update this document based on what has been done, the additional revenue available in HB 2017, the additional or the more recent information about needs on the system, but also to do a few other things. I wanted to review these objectives that we have laid out and make sure that this is heading in the right direction. So the objectives that we have laid out are that your investment decisions in the STIP and the budget are informed by policies in the statewide plans that the OTC has approved, as well as by data, need, and system performance. So we're bringing you that context as you're making those decisions as opposed to having to make them blind. We're hoping that you'll be able to, based on our presentations, understand the gaps between available needs or funds and the needs and the consequences of not meeting those needs. We are hoping to help you understand the trade-offs between investments and disinvestments in different elements of the transportation system. We're hoping to help discuss potential options to close the gap between available resources and needs. Even though in this case, that is really generally a legislative call about whether to increase the total revenue picture. Also help understand the policy decisions and trends that may impact revenue investment decisions and inform the commission decisions on funding allocation in the ODOT budget and the STIP later in this year. So I'll pause, and if there are any modifications, any changes, those objectives will really set the course for the next several months. So we want to get those right. If you have any comments, please let us know now.
Comments? Looks like no comments.
Okay. That doesn't mean, obviously, that we can't correct course a little bit, but we wanted to make sure we were on the right direction before we really got the ship sailing. All right, so the 2020 update of the investment strategy is going to do a few things. We're today in particular and throughout this process going to review our current spending levels, investment, and the performance that results from that. We're going to talk about the actual investment need and the funding gap between that current level of spending and the need we identify. You'll hear a lot about that from Justin and Ray today. We're going to talk about what an additional incremental investment might look like and what the resulting performance improvement would be. And we're also going to try to identify what a reduced investment might look like, some reduction of funding and what its consequences are to help you understand the trade-offs. And then later in the process, we'll talk about potential funding sources and some of the constraints. So in terms of the investment strategy, this really sits at an important place between the Oregon Transportation Plan and all the modal and topic plans and the actual STIP and the budget. And it's something we have missed in the past, and I think the 2017 edition of this was the first time we really put something interposing between that really high-level vision and policy direction that you have in the statewide plans and the really granular programmatic and project decisions that you make in the STIP and the budget. So our goal here is really to translate the high-level policy into specific investment strategies that lays out what you fund both across modes, how do you choose between investing in roads versus transit, as well as within each of those areas, within each of those sort of siloed areas, how do you make the best investment decisions and how do you invest those resources? We have laid out a timeline that we'd like to discuss with you, and this, to be honest, actually differs a little bit from what we gave you last month and even in the initial letter that we had posted, because we did some thinking about what this process should look like and how we would incorporate public comment opportunities as we typically do in these. So over the next 3 meetings, what we would do is give you similar presentations to what we're going to give today, and then bring you back at some point a draft strategy, discuss some of the policy and direction and trade-offs, and then we would propose is to open a public comment period that would allow for you to receive that input from the public. What we would propose then is actually moving back the approval of the investment strategy from June, as we had originally laid out, to July. That would allow you in that very same meeting to kick off the STIP funding allocation, but I don't think you'd actually lose any time as a result of that. So in terms of a potential stakeholder engagement on this process, obviously all the policy plans that we're going to be drawing from, the OTP, OHP, bike ped plan, transit plan, all had extensive stakeholder engagement. So to a significant extent, we're already taking what has been vetted with stakeholders and using that as a basis for this investment strategy. And the STIP will have that same level. So we're thinking that what we'd like to propose is during this process at the appropriate time, probably in the mid-spring period, putting out a draft document for a public review, allowing then our ACTs, our MPO members, our public modal advisory committee members, other stakeholders to be able to comment on that and supplement that probably with an online survey. We did that last time around and got a fairly large number of responses, which really helps to know whether you're getting individual idiosyncratic responses from stakeholders versus what the larger public interest is in investment in transportation. So I'll pause here and get a sense whether this relatively limited, but I still think good opportunity for the public to engage seems appropriate.
Thoughts? Commissioner Callery?
When you say limited, what are you talking about time-wise?
Commissioner Keller, we'd be talking about probably about a month period in which people would be able to provide comment. So what we would envision is that this would go out broadly by our email opportunities. People would have that opportunity to provide public comment. What it probably wouldn't allow, what we've often seen is that ACTs and MPOs, when you have something really big to comment on, they'll ask for a 2 to 4 month window. Because they say, well, we want to have an initial discussion and then our next meeting isn't for 2 months after that, and that's when we provide comments. So what we would envision is with that more limited window to keep you on the timeline, you would have individual members of ACTs or MPOs or advisory bodies be able to provide comment, but perhaps not at the ACT-wide level be able to provide an ACT response.
I was just at one of the ACT meetings and this discussion of how do we address the modernization issue versus the fix-it versus the maintenance and all of that. And as I think you're all aware that some of the ACTs, not all, are a little dissatisfied with the role they're playing. And I think we continue to have to focus on how do we better engage the ACTs, even if it's in a limited venue like you're talking about. They need to understand the role they're in.
Yeah, and Commissioner Keller, what I should note is what we would expect is we would provide each of our regions the materials to go have the conversation with the ACT at their meeting, so they'd at least be able to weigh in that meeting within that more limited time window.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions at this time? Okay, Travis?
So I mentioned we're going to not talk a lot about funding, although I think that there's going to be a separate work stream over the next year really around sustainable funding. But we're really talking about the investment side today. But we did want to give you a little bit of funding context because it's going to be important for you to get in your head sort of what the available level of resources are that we're talking about, which is really fairly limited. So I had our economists put something together for me that I'd never actually done before, which was to combine our state highway revenue forecast with our federal funding based on flat funding, as we've seen in recent years after FAST Act expires, and then actually adjust it for inflation to see how much we have in real inflation-adjusted terms. What you can see is that our funding has grown over time at a fairly gradual rate over the last couple of decades. But, and there's a big but, in 2021, we would expect to see that peak, and then we would see our overall highway funding begin to decline in inflation-adjusted terms unless the legislature or Congress takes some action to address that. Now, I wouldn't freak out too much about this in the sense that we have been in this place many times before, particularly when the legislature took up the Jobs and Transportation Act, when they took up HB 2017. But it is a bleaker picture perhaps than we have faced at some other points. And I really want to emphasize the reality, if you look at this line here, it's the dark blue, that is our base state highway fund resources. That has been declining for years. It's only when the legislature steps in with additional tax increases that goes up. And the reason for that is, as we know, we've shared this with you before, gas taxes are one of the only taxes that are systematically eroded by inflation. So when we look at the increases that are in HB 2017, at the end of that period, they are just bringing the gas tax back to the purchasing power it had in 2011 when the JTA gas tax increase went into effect. The other factor is fuel efficiency is increasing. As we've talked about many times, this is why we're looking at road usage charges as a per mile fee. But we are going to see our revenue streams continuously eroded by both of these factors. So we're going to try to bring, yes.
Just for a second on that point, I do think this, maybe back to the slide even before that. Whoops, sorry.
Oh, that one.
That one.
Yes.
Yeah, so as you say, we have a declining base revenue source. That's going to continue. And so it means we need to be diversifying our revenue base. But the other thing that I think is worth noting here is that even our declining base source, apart from the fact that our major source is declining, it's also somewhat inconsistent with other values the state is pursuing, trying to be cleaner, environmentally cleaner. And so that's a factor too. So I think as we're implementing the STS, at the same time that we're looking at funding, we ought to be thinking about the connections between these things in terms of our own approach to funding long-term. I think simply the decline as cars get more efficient, vehicles in general get more efficient, is probably the primary basis, but there are also other factors here, one of which is our environmental objectives, and I think we want to make sure as we're thinking about this, that we're thinking about, and we just had this discussion with you a little bit in terms of the kinds of sources we're looking at, that we run those through a number of different lenses, one of which is environmental impact.
Yeah. Good. So throughout this process, one of the things we're going to do is bring to you some of the context from the statewide policy plans that the OTC has approved over the decades that set the context for this. The Oregon Transportation Plan back in 2006 did run through a number of investment scenarios and based its policies to some degree on that. So they looked at 3 different scenarios, one with basically flat funding, one with some increase, and then one with a more robust. At that flat funding, it's really focused just on maintenance and preservation and optimizing the system. As you get to a little bit more money, then you're able to hold the system in a better condition and invest a little bit more in congestion relief and whatnot. It's really only at that 3rd level that you are able to really get to some of the major challenges we have in terms of adding capacity or making the system operate effectively. I would guess that if these were not really in-depth scenarios but somewhere we're operating somewhere between scenario 1 and scenario 2 in the sense we've gotten more money since 2006, but now we're on the backward end of that and it's going to decline out. That has some implications based on the OTP's guidance on what to do in the case of limited funds. It really talks about focusing investments on preservation of the system and focusing on the most critical transportation needs, particularly investments that improve the economic condition of the state and offer a strong return on investment. So this does not give you specific investment direction, but it does sort of set a context that will then work into the investment strategy based on your feedback. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Lind, and he will start walking you through fix-it and maintenance.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mac Lynn, Deputy Administrator for Delivery and Operations. I'll be brief because I'm going to turn it over to our experts to the right and left of me. But just as Travis mentioned, we've mentioned this before, but the OHP, the Oregon Highway Plan, takes that OTP direction a bit further in terms of we're a fix-it-first state. Obviously, safety being a key component of that, but then maintaining the assets that we've invested in. The direction in the OHP, although not prescriptive in nature, it does lay out the foundation for protecting what we already have, improving the efficiency or capacity of effectiveness of that facility, then moving towards how do we add capacity, and then lastly, how do we add new facilities. So, example for me is when we think about JTA and House Bill 2017, certainly identified a number of projects that really get to that number 4 moment or investment. Newberg-Dundee is a good example you heard about earlier. I would mention Oregon 62 bypass down in Southern Oregon. Just there's a couple examples we can look to where the legislature certainly has identified those priorities. But when we talk about the funding we have, I think to previous commissions as well as the agency, we've really focused on that fix-it-first mentality. To give you an example, and Ms. Bohart and I will be up here in front of you next talking about the draft STIP for 21-24, releasing that for public comment. Here's how the commission allocated funds in that STIP. It gives you an example of how we are separating out and investing in those categories. We're going to focus today on fix-it, largely pavements and bridges. That's our biggest, most expensive asset, one that we want to maintain, obviously, as we go to replace those highways and bridges. It's an expensive proposition. So we'll focus our time there. I would argue that any investment on the system has an impact on maintenance. So at the end, I'll talk a little bit more about just the impact on maintenance and some of the demands that are put on us. As we come to you in March, we'll talk a bit on the enhance side of the equation, on safety, and then what we're calling system optimization. So what are we doing around technology, for instance, to get more out of the system? House Bill 2017, as you can see, influxed a tremendous amount of money in that enhanced category. So the previous commissions, they were wrestling with this. I think Commissioner Simpson was on board towards the start of this, or towards the end of this effort, really wrestled with how much to put into that category on the heels of House Bill 2017. So you can see our base funding, if you will, to Travis's point, is pretty minimal in that enhanced category, given the policy direction of fix it first as a priority in the state. The other thing I'd mention as we turn over to these two individuals is we've had a focus on priority corridors. You've seen that in our seismic lifeline presentation when we were in Ashland this summer. You've seen it in other presentations that we've done of where are we focusing our investments for a variety of reasons. And you'll see pavements and bridges correlate to that as well. I would argue, though, that that means we're disinvesting in some areas, and we're starting to see the impact of those policy decisions, especially in the rural part of the state or some of those important farm-to-market roads, connections to the coast, et cetera. So we're starting to see the impact of our inability to get to all corners of the state in maybe in an equitable manner, if you will. So we'll talk a little bit more of that here in a few minutes. In terms of the presentation, turn it over to these individuals. We'll start with pavements. Pavements, I think, gives you a little closer view because the life cycle of that asset's a little bit shorter. We'll turn to bridges. Those obviously are there for a long time, legacy projects for our communities and for our generations. We could spend a whole lot of time talking about culverts and landslides and signals and just about any other asset we have, but given the time today, I think you'll get the message when we talk about pavements and bridges. And then lastly, I'll circle us up around maintenance in the presentation. So that's what we're planning to accomplish today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Justin to walk us through a little bit on pavements.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Justin Madre, state pavement engineer. And I'm in the business of stretching money, and I'm here today to tell you that it doesn't stretch over all the pavements in the state. I think you knew that much already. But it is interesting. I have the good fortune of visiting the different highways and standing on the side of I-5, for example, as the cars and trucks rush by, or going out into eastern Oregon and going through some of the communities on their only means of transportation in and out. You realize these pavements and these roads really touch a lot of lives and affect the way people live. So a little background on pavement. We do measure pavement conditions. I have here the report that we produce every 2 years on the condition of all the pavements in the state. So they are measured and managed, and they fit into 3 basic categories that we see here: good, fair, and poor. And like Mac mentioned, they do have a fairly short life as opposed to bridge, which has a longer life and a different set of issues to manage. And what is, I think, the key takeaway here is good and fair pavement. Quite often the users don't notice the difference. I notice it because I can't help but look at the pavement as I drive around. That's my role. Poor pavement, though, people do notice that. And also, it starts to become a surcharge on the users, both in the terms of user fees, repairs to the cars, the efficiency of getting goods and services around those poor pavements really affect that. So what we do with our fix-it funds aimed towards pavement is we keep throwing the pavements back up once they get onto poor condition, throw them back up into good, and repaving on a regular cycle allows us to do that. We apply maintenance treatments between the STIP projects and maintenance forces to try and hold it in good and fair condition longer, to slow that slide down. But overall, it's about a 10 to 30 year lifespan that we typically see between paving projects.
Question.
Yes?
How do you, what designates the lifespan? That's a big window, 10 to 30. Is it the type of material, additives, or fuel, whatever goes into that asphalt mix? Or I'm just curious as to what allows something to last longer? Is it because it's over on a highway, or it's just on a bridge? Like, I'm just trying to understand what the difference is between a 20-year swing.
Mm-hmm. Yes. No, good question, Vice Chair. I think I can answer that well. So traffic and the loading has the most significant impact. The type of material also has some impact. The 10-year lifespan, that's more in our major metropolitan areas. Studded tires play a big factor in that as well, at the rate at which they eat into the pavement. And also concrete pavements, which are a higher initial investment, also have a longer service life in any condition. In the rural part of the state where there isn't so much wear from traffic, it's more environmental, we're able to apply maintenance treatments to extend that life out longer, better than we're able to in an area that has a lot of truck traffic especially.
Question. Are there any new great technologies out there for pavement?
We're working on it. No, good question, Commissioner. So we do work together with academia. We're working continuously with continuous improvement. One word we use, performance specifications, trying to set the bar a little bit higher. And we continuously try to do that. There's no magic sauce that we're about to pour on the pavement, unfortunately, though.
Okay.
We'll let you know if we find it.
So I think of pavement as asphalt or concrete.
Mm-hmm.
Is that oversimplistic? Are there gradations Are there several kinds of concrete, several kinds of asphalt? Just trying to understand what we're, kind of what we got to work with and what people are, what we're using and what people are driving on.
Yeah, no, good question, Chair Van Brocklin. I could talk all day about that, and I'd be happy to as well. But there's.
Please don't.
Yes. I get that response too sometimes. Yeah. So there are two pavement types, asphalt and concrete primarily. We apply different seals to them. We use both of those, asphalt and concrete, in combination with each other, and ODOT's actually done a good job of that over the years, and that's part of the reason why we're able to manage our network relatively inexpensively.
So if you could just briefly comment on, is the choice driven by cost? Is it driven by, how do you decide which material to use?
Mm-hmm. It mostly comes into play in higher traffic areas on the freight routes, where we're looking at a higher initial investment for concrete, for example, or composite pavement that has asphalt and concrete in it. And we look at how long it's going to last and what the maintenance and preservation costs are going to be into the future of both products.
I might add, Commissioner, I also think about just work zone safety, how frequently we're using an asphalt product that may be, 8 to 10 years, how frequently we're gonna have to be out on that heavy urban corridor like the freeway, for instance, in the Portland metro area, versus that trade-off of, maybe a larger investment up front with concrete and not having to be out there so often with our staff, or more importantly, our contractor staff as well.
And if you look at the system, the the road miles, what's the split? I mean, how much is concrete, how much is asphalt? And then I promise the commission I'll stop.
I believe, and if I needed to, I could provide for the record, but I believe what's currently on the surface, about 3% of our pavements are concrete. There's a larger portion that are buried and providing some of the base for the current road too.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along to historical pavement conditions. So at face value, this is a very happy story here. We have good pavement conditions currently, but there's a hidden story also behind it. Just to highlight a few things, our performance measure is pavements in good and fair condition, and those percentages, so that's the percentages we see at the top. And we see right now at 90% fair or better pavement, we're at the best conditions historically that the state has seen. But there's a hidden story behind that. Part of the story has to do with the funding. So this is a graph of our funding for pavement preservation projects historically, and not adjusted for inflation. So you see it's relatively flat. The federal funding is there in blue at the bottom, and there have been different contributions, short-term contributions or jumps in funding over the time. We see also the benefit for House Bill 2017, which we're extremely thankful for, is it's helped us. And we can see that, again, the funding's eroding slightly. And there's also one thing to bring out here too, especially in times like currently is happening into the future, is some of our contractors that actually do the work for us, our STIP jobs in the rural areas, it is difficult for them to sustain their crews and whatnot, and they brought that to us too as the funding falls, which has an impact to ODOT of having those people there when we need them. So here's part of the story that's really telling. So this is a graph representing the last 20 years and the average cost to do a paving project in dollars per lane mile. And what we see is it's going up quite steeply. This is off the interstate. The graph isn't quite as steep on the interstate, but off the interstate, what we see is for relatively simple paving, it costs about 3 times now what it used to 20 years ago. For urban, more complicated paving, it costs about 4 times that amount. So why is that? There's several causes, but one I just want to focus on and highlight here is the paving money actually does other things too besides just paving. So for example, when we bought a car 20 years ago, we bought a car with a steering wheel and a gas pedal, right? Now when we buy it, we're buying an entertainment center, we're buying a safety device and many sensors and that sort of thing. It's the same thing with the pavement. There's a lot of safety features, ADA ramps, new, better safer barriers and crash attenuators, that sort of thing, that go along with the paving project. And this pavement program helps address some of those as well. Another reason is we are coming off a temporary uptick in funding. That's why we've been able to hold the pavement condition where it is. But also, we've been practicing asset management strategies and really focusing on the low-hanging fruit to be able to keep the system at the highest level possible. And safety and impacted users come into that conversation. And then also, we've been practicing continuous improvement across the board within our group here. So here's an example of some of the strategies that I mentioned continuous improvement, strategies we've employed. So, for example, this is our priority routes here, as Mac mentioned. Both the interstate and some non-interstate pavements are on these priority routes, and they're first for STIP funds when it comes to priorities. We do have funds for the future to be able to hold the interstate. We set that as the highest standard. But some of these state-level routes and region-level routes, there's large portions of the state that aren't necessarily considered a priority, but this helps us put the money where it has the best impact for people. Another strategy that we've taken is exemplified here in what we call the low-volume road program. So actually, what we see coming through the STIP is only addresses about half of the actual pavements that we have out there. So about half of our low-volume road makes up about half of our network, and we don't do STIP projects there. We've turned them over to maintenance to try to hold them together with different maintenance treatments, sealing cracks, patching them, that sort of thing. And in very limited cases, they have some money to actually go pave. So what that's done is, since maintenance is able to do those cheaply, they have direct local ownership on those roads, they're able to maintain those quite well. What we're not doing is reinvesting back in them. So where does that leave us in terms of unmet need? So this is a graph of percent fair better pavement conditions in the past and projected into the future. So we see we're in a good position now. To keep it at this current condition, given the cost of doing business, the cost of paving, would cost us around $200 million a year. Right now, we're funded for around $104 million a year, which, as we can see, that drops the condition of the pavement projected for the future. So one way to think about that, and in a little more realistic terms, is our paving cycle. I mentioned that pavements usually last 10 to 30 years. Historically, we've been able to pave the pavements across the state on average every 20 to 25 years. We're funded to be able to pave them every 50 years, which something's got to give, right?
Something is giving.
Correct. Yeah. So here's an actual example where I'm able to show some data where we did, about 10 years ago, disinvest in a certain category of roadway. They're circled here, and they were kind of moderate volume roads that we put into the low volume road program, and for the most part stopped doing STIP projects on. So the users haven't necessarily noticed yet because most of them are still in good and fair condition. But what we see is a large number of them as we look at this graph down here. As we move to the right on that graph, the percentage in good condition are getting less and less. In other words, we're not throwing them back up to the good condition and letting them slide down. We're just trying to hold them together. And some of these are freight routes too. So this is something that we don't believe is sustainable, but in the short term, it's been a very good strategy decision as we're in a triage mode. So what are the impacts of that disinvestment? These are just a couple photos of those actual routes. US 26 on the left, we can see that's a freight route for those local communities, also for a lot of the goods we get, farmers, ranchers. And on the right, we see downtown Joseph, Oregon. It's also on one of those routes too. We're applying a seal treatment here to downtown to help hold it longer. But it does impact a lot of people in those large geographic areas where we haven't been investing. In those, the bicyclists, even the children affected by the safety of the roads are having to make an investment in the future. They lose access to reliable, economical transportation when we disinvest. So I just want to mention a couple other costs of a deferred investment where we haven't been investing, and then we look at trying to get the system back into a good condition in the future. So it's a very typical graph that we see here on the left, But what it shows is as pavement progresses over time into poor and even very poor condition, where we would have to reconstruct a road as opposed to just repaving it, is very expensive to get a road back out of that condition. It's basically compounding interest. So we own the debt somewhere. We can put the debt into our infrastructure, and then to get it back out of debt, we have to pay interest on that is one way to think about it. And also, while it's in poor condition, there is a cost to consumers, users, vehicle repair costs, that sort of thing, and then the goods and services too. And on the right is just a picture of actual disinvestments. There's a picture of US 97 where we realigned it, and it was just left to go, and there's sagebrush growing up in the middle of the road. And I don't expect that to happen, but just knowing what I know in my role here and seeing what's in the different pavements and what their structure is, looking into the future, I see this as a reality, though, for us if we continue to disinvest. So different scenarios, as we look at different scenarios, what does that get us? This is just a real brief overview. So I mentioned a state of good repair. That allows us to get to these poor pavements and get them cycling gradually through the STIP. It's a very equitable way to manage the system. Our current funding has us entering or dropping below our key performance measure of 85% fare better, established by the legislature, within the 24-27 timeframe roughly. And what we would start to notice there is probably some of our non-priority routes. We would really start to notice a change in pavement conditions at that time. Some examples would be like Portland to Seaside, Salem to Bend, Medford, Cave Falls, or Corvallis to Newport. These are fairly primary routes, but they're not on those priority routes. We would start to notice a change in our user experience. If we went to a 15% reduction, we would see that change much more quickly, and we would have to maybe even revisit the level of service on the interstate. We like not to do that since it's so important. And one thing to just point out as we look at these pictures here again, this is just a picture in the bottom left of the road into Joseph. It's one of these low-volume road programs where we haven't been investing. One year it was fair to good, the next, over the winter, it potholed. And there's a lot of pavements, and I know the intricacies of those, in eastern Oregon, in some of our rural areas where they're just barely holding together. They look good, but under the surface there's some things going on. And so those are the roads where, in many cases, they're the only way out of the valley, right? And those are important to us, and it's one of the challenges we face here.
Just so I might add another plug for maintenance. When I think about our maintenance crews out in those communities, right, they have a lot of pride and ownership in the sections that they manage. And routinely, that's what I hear. What are the resources that we give them in terms of getting out there and fixing the potholes? But they can also see the deterioration starting to happen, and they live and work in those communities and have to deal with the conversations at the grocery store. And we're at a point now we're starting to see, to Justin's comment, see those realities start to take place. So just kind of put another plug in there in terms of what are we investing in on the maintaining the asset of the condition, but then more importantly, what kind of demand is that putting on our crews and our staff out there in the communities. So with that, I think we'll switch over to Bridge. So Ray, turn it over.
Mr. Chair.
Oh,
Mr.
sorry,
Chair,
Chris.
Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, thank you. Very, very good information, and being the representative of Region 4 and 5, I'm very concerned about this. I hear it from the folks in our community a lot, and I look at the slide where the low-volume road program has a $13.5 million annual budget, which is, if you look in the grand scheme of how much money ODOT spends, doesn't seem adequate to me. So I, for one, would be advocating as we go forward to really spending the time to look at this, because if we continue to ignore it, it's going to cost a whole lot more to fix. And I know we are in declining revenues, but $13 million a year is not enough, in my opinion.
Great comment. Just Travis, so you're aware, we're running a little behind this morning, so my plan is to skip the break and that you finish your presentation, which is now 11:30. We skipped the break because this is very important, as Commissioner Smith and others have noted, and I'm noting. And then move to the release of this draft STIP for public comment, which I'm hoping we can do quickly, because it's essentially, it's a fairly straightforward and necessary step in the process. So I'm hoping that's going to be no more than 10 minutes. So I give you till 10 minutes to 12. Is that going to cut you really tight?
No, Chair Van Brockland, that's fine. In fact, there's a couple slides at the end. Matt can give you the 30-second version of maintenance, and then we can just append that to the next presentation to
Okay.
go a little bit more in depth. So
Okay.
we
So
made
I
this
don't wanna-
modular to cut off at an appropriate
I don't want to cut you off and leave something out. So I really do think we could do this last item before the break in 5 minutes if we have to, unless my colleagues are going to tell me that's not enough time. Please get us through the presentation by 10 till 5 till at the very latest, and people will be okay doing the last item in 5 minutes if we have to. Okay,
And Mr.
thank you
Chair,
very
just-
much.
Just a few things for the benefit of the
Yeah,
commission that I want
of
to make
course.
sure are explicit. One, non-priority routes identified by us really are a priority for others, right? And that identification is really for investment use, et cetera. And so these are high priorities, and our team really recognizes that. And it's this difficulty of how much funding is available. I wonder if you could just briefly answer, do the graphics that have been displayed represent the investment that's already come from House Bill 2017 as well? And then also, do they account for the growth that we anticipate on those facilities, which would further exacerbate the deterioration?
So the answer to the first question is yes, it does include the House bill revenue in there. And then to the second question, as far as the growth, we've always had growth, and so our models have that inherently built in, and as we look to the future, so yes.
Director Strickler, if I may, for the benefit, I think Justin had this slide up here, current funding level around 104 million. I think prior to House Bill 2017, correct me if I'm wrong, we were about 85 million, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the bump we received in House Bill 2017. Good, I'll turn it over to Ray, if we're good with that. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Van Brockland and members of the commission. As Travis mentioned earlier, I'm Ray Mabey, State Bridge Engineer. I'm here to tell a similar story as Justin. The bridges are important because they connect his pavement. Without them, they'd be a bunch of roads to nowhere. We've got an aging system, and we keep asking more and more from our aging bridge inventory. Meanwhile, our conditions continue to decline due to our current funding levels, and it's a trend that will continue as we're not replacing enough bridges. This chart shows the relatively the conditions of our bridges as well as the age, and it's also, this is for fix-it routes, but it closely resembles the whole system. Most of the state's bridges were built before 1970 with a 50-year design life. And much like the baby boomers of the same era, I'm at the tail end of that, they should be prepping for retirement, but we can't afford to let them. We have a large inventory of bridges reaching the end of their design life, and since they were built, both the magnitude and frequency of loading have increased, putting much greater stress on these bridges than they were designed for, and they're wearing out. Now, to help our bridges last, ODOT has developed a strategy that optimizes our investments by making thoughtful decisions around where and how we spend our money, especially when it comes to bridge replacements. The strategy is built around protecting our investments by focusing preservation and rehabilitation efforts on our higher priority corridors, as Mac mentioned earlier. One of those elements in that strategy is bridge preservation and of our high-value bridges. Here we have the Yaquina Bay Bridge. It's a historic Conde McCullough design built in 1936. We can't afford to replace this bridge at over $500 million just for 2 lanes. There are no plans to replace it. So we must preserve and maintain it by painting it and applying cathodic protection, which is efforts to slow corrosion, every 20 years. The costs of this work averages out to $3 million a year. I believe it's money well spent. I think as Travis and Justin mentioned earlier, we have different lifespans. And most of us identify with things that have short lifespans, just like the pavements. Bridges are on a totally different scale. Here you see the USS Portland underneath the St. John's Bridge. The USS Portland was launched in 1932. It was scrapped in the early 60s. Yet the St. John's Bridge remains in service today, but not without significant preservation efforts. These older bridges, like older cars, need regular care to keep them in service. And like Yaquina Bay Bridge, we have no plans to replace this bridge. This is a chart, a map of the locations of bridges that are on the fix-it priority routes. And these are the routes that Mac mentioned earlier. Here are the many more bridges that are off the fix-it routes that aren't prioritized for funding. Now, every bridge is important to somebody. It connects them to their job at a distribution center, it's the main route to the local hospital, or it's a connection between the farm and market. And so even these bridges are important to someone as well. As our economy grows, the bridge demands continue to increase, as well as payments. These bridges must withstand de- and anti-icing chemicals, be serviceable after an earthquake, weather the effects of raging rivers and freeze-thaw cycles, and hold up to rising volumes of increasingly heavy trucks. Now, salt is being used on interstates to help manage conditions for safe driving. Yet, it's a harmful chemical to our bridges, especially the decks. This necessary use will require additional preservation and maintenance efforts and will impact the useful life of our bridges. You may be looking at this picture thinking, what happened to the sheets of paper? Why are they on the bridge deck? Actually, those are patches on the deck surface because of the deterioration. I think we heard earlier on the presentation about OIPP that Cascadia subduction zone will be coming, and we know it'll happen soon. We are past the reoccurrence level. And preparatory work outlined in the 2014 Seismic Plus program is underway. There are actually 4 phases of work. Phase 1 is what we call the tennis racket, and that's what you see here, US 97, Highway 58, and I-5 and I-84. Significant parts of Phase 1 are completed or funded. That would be the 58 and US 97. 2 forward supply locations are funded, here and here, and Southern Oregon triage efforts are funded and under design. Now, funding for the I-5 portion of that tennis racket from here, Eugene, up to Portland, is currently at $35 million for the STIP cycle. And at this rate, it will take decades to finish Phase 1 and even begin work on the remaining phases. Now, we expect our bridges to be serviceable after an earthquake. Remember that I said most of our bridges were designed before 1970? Modern earthquake design started in 1978 after the San Fernando earthquake, which means most of our bridges are vulnerable. So I mentioned raging rivers. Our bridges must withstand the forces of nature. Scour caused by water erosion, the most common cause of bridge failures, impacts our bridges too. Now, even though this bridge, Barnard Bridge, is not on a priority corridor, we repaired the damage and restored bearing under the footing. Bridges like this may not see repairs as we focus resources on priority corridors. In an effort to keep up with transportation demand, national design loads for bridges were increased 3 times in 1944, 1980, and 1993. Again, over half the population of bridges, I'm going to be a broken record here, was built before 1970 using design loads from 2 versions ago. Most of us all have cell phones. Yes, 2 versions ago of the phone, we were talking on a hardwired phone only. That gives you an idea how dated our bridges are. But our economy continues to demand more efficient delivery services, so trucks get bigger and heavier. So let's shift to look at bridge conditions. Here we see an increase in the number of bridges in fair and poor conditions in the near future as they continue to deteriorate faster than we can replace them at current funding levels. The large number of fair bridges will increase as the baby boomer bridges delay their retirement. Maintenance needs will increase and reliability will decrease as they reach the tipping point between fair and poor. We could see more holes in decks, temporary repairs, and weight restrictions. Now, pavement deterioration that Justin mentioned earlier is rarely seen. We see rutted wheel lines, we see potholes, faded striping, and so that's fairly noticeable. But for bridges, most people just notice the ride of the deck. But bridge deterioration otherwise goes unnoticed. Think of an iceberg, only a small portion is visible. That's the same with a bridge, and it's true here. But the deterioration is real nonetheless, although it's hard to see.
Quick question.
Yes.
So on the conditions projections, good, fair, poor, is that based on just the deck, or is that the entire structure?
That is on the entire structure.
Okay.
The deterioration we see here is there is a beam that is resting on that column, and there's a large crack right there. So that beam seat is cracked and in need of repair. Now, we've got critical bridge milestones or lifespans. And most of our bridges, again, were designed for 50 to 75 years for normal maintenance. With hard work and extraordinary maintenance efforts, we may eke out 75 to 100 years. But at our current funding level, a bridge will need to be in service for 900 years before it's replaced. There's no level of maintenance will make a bridge last that long. Here is a percent of funding, a percentage of bridges addressed by bridge program funding. As I mentioned before, we optimize the use of our funds by focusing on preservation and rehabilitation on the fix-it routes. Annual funding levels that impact, and I'll point to you here, 0.1% of bridges does not support a sustainable bridge replacement program. One thing I'll have a note is this MBM. I'd say that's similar to the low volume program that Justin mentioned. We stretch $10 million a year with maintenance forces to touch 9% of the inventory. The work they do temporarily moves some bridge conditions from poor to fair.
Ray, if I could just jump in briefly, I think to our conversation earlier this morning as we talk about the condition of the vehicles driving over these structures and what we have to do to load rate them and post them, unfortunately for some sizes of loads. That maintenance activity, correct me if I'm wrong, we're spending a lot of time and energy trying to keep these bridges into a conditional service that we don't have to post it for those loads. But that demand is growing as the age of the structure continues to grow, as well as the vehicles get heavier. So I think just reiterate that point. We're from a priority standpoint and a policy have put more money into that maintenance activity because we can stretch it a little further, that Band-Aid and duct tape approach, if you will. But to the comments earlier about low volume, we're to the point now that we're not going to be able to get to as many of those bridges, or the cost of those fixes rises considerably.
Yes, thank you. Very, very correct. A sustainable program would fund 1% replacement of the inventory a year, which is about 27 bridges, targeting a 100-year design life. That assumes we were actually caught up and didn't have the wave of baby boomer bridges coming to need to be replaced. For reference, the 21-24 STIP only replaces 6 bridges. The 2019 Bridge Conditions Report laid out the funding needed to maintain current conditions and to bring them up to a state of good repair. The hard truth is that the current funding levels represent a disinvestment of Oregon's bridges. And then lastly, the projections for the legislative key performance measures show a steady decline. As funding is increased to increasingly prioritized on fix-it routes, more bridges off priority routes will see that deferred maintenance and restrictions that Mac mentioned, impacting that bridge that somebody cares about. And they're real. An example is Ochoco Creek Bridge on the Polina Highway. Some inspections found some serious deterioration, and a subsequent load rating was done that showed it needed to be posted for less than legal loads. This bridge was not on a priority route, and we were preparing to post it. However, we found out it was on a main route to a local hospital that was being built. And so posting this bridge meant ambulances and emergency vehicles would have to take lengthy detours, impacting response time for emergency care. So we prioritized those major bridge maintenance funds to strengthen the bridge and remove the posting limit. It's the right thing to do. But as the inventory ages, we continue relying on the boomer bridges, and funding will be limited to priority routes. Bridges off the priority routes will likely see weight restrictions, and we won't be able to address issues like Ochako Creek. And I'm in the difficult position of asking you to prepare for calls from citizens whose bridges near and dear to them are restricted, because every bridge is important to somebody.
So that's continuing the gloom and doom, if you will. I feel the air getting sucked out of this conversation, so our apologies, but I think it's important. This is not a new topic. It's been around for a while, and I'll reference in 2014 and again in 2016, the department led some effort with our stakeholders to try to capture what the effect of a disinvestment in the system means, commonly referred to as the Rough Roads Ahead report. My apologies. It tried to capture, so what does the impact on the economy mean to the conditions of our asset and not investing at a level to maintain the condition of the asset. So obviously an economic impact to not only jobs, industry being a part of the state, just the transfer and transit of goods and services, and then just the long-term cost of trying to build those assets back up to a state of good repair. To Justin's comment earlier, it takes a lot more money to rebuild a highway, if you will, rather than just maintain it in a cycle. Certainly not a surprise to this commission, but worth mentioning again. We did not choose to update that report this time around. I think we get the message, but certainly we keep that in our focus. Just switching briefly to maintenance, I want to talk a little bit about that. Everything you've heard earlier today, what you'll hear again in additional presentations as we go through this strategic investment discussion has an impact on maintenance. And as you can see, we're dealt with events that require an action. That top left photo was from this winter. A tree fell down on a sign bridge up on Mount Hood. Obviously, we have to go deal with that. Landslides, storms, certainly the coast last winter certainly received a brunt of that. Just we're overcome with opportunities, if you will, to respond. In addition, there's a lot of things that are changing around the role of maintenance. So if we think about OSP and the reduction of law enforcement in the state, which we've talked about previously with the commission, that's putting more demand on our maintenance forces to respond and clear incidents because OSP is not able to respond. So we're mobilizing our resources to go clear the incident and open the road back up, which is taking away from our activities to truly maintain the system. We're putting more technology features out there, ITS features, so we can give more reliable information to the traveling public. That takes a cost to maintain and service those. And then the last thing I'd mention, which we've talked about before, is the impact of homelessness and the impact of the cost of cleaning up and dealing with that crisis. It's now statewide. This is not just a Portland Metro issue, as this commission has heard about as you've traveled around the state. In 2016, we started tracking some of the costs, and just for perspective, 2016 we were spending about $800,000 a year on cleanup costs across the state. Last year we were at $3.2 million, and we anticipate that growing 2020. So all of that to say, we are prioritizing where we need to respond to those moments, but that's continuing to take away from how we're able to respond in other ways to proactively maintain the system. The budget for maintenance has been growing, but let's face it, it's not keeping up with the cost of doing business. House Bill 2017 did bring in a little bit of additional revenue for maintenance, but with those funds being earmarked for other sources, we're at a place where we're not keeping up with the cost of doing business, both for our services and supplies, as well as just paying our people and paying the contractors that we need to hire to do the work. So a lot of demands being put on maintenance, if you will, and how we're able to respond in that area. Last piece I'd touch on around maintenance, we obviously need people to have a safe place to go, to work on the equipment, to prepare for their day, and to store our equipment, especially in areas of snow where it takes a considerable amount of time to clean off a piece of equipment and get ready for the day. our facilities, much like bridges and pavements, are aging. We have 100 maintenance stations across the state that are primary maintenance stations. Over half of those are older than, or excuse me, a quarter of those are over 50 years in age. We're not replacing many of those. In fact, we're probably on a cycle about one every 5 to 10 years at this rate. So where are we upgrading some of our facilities to really house the equipment that we have? So here's an example of one of our maintenance stations. We're not able to pull the dump truck with the snowplow in the front even in to do work on it. The doors aren't wide enough. So that's some of the reality we face with some of our maintenance facilities and just our ability to do the work. So key takeaways, you've got these in your notes. I would just flag, and you've heard a couple of these things, we're a fix-it-first state. Obviously, the funding is declining, even with investments made in House Bill 2017, which we're grateful for. It's not a game changer, if you will. And then as we focus on priority routes, that's going to lead to some frustrating moments from the users of the system. The things I would leave you with are pavements. We're getting to a 50-year cycle. Bridges, we're getting to a 900-year cycle. I don't think I need to paint that picture. So with that, just talk a little bit about next steps. We're going to bring you safety, system optimization, and highway enhance in March, and then we'll move to some of our multimodal categories in April, I believe. So that's the current plan.
And one thing I would add is what we would set this up normally to do is have a little bit of feedback and input at the end after we bring you that discussion and the key takeaways. What we'll do is we'll come back with that opportunity at the next meeting, bring those key takeaways back, and then have a little bit of input from you, and then launch into that next area. It's just given the time limitations today.
That sounds great. Obviously, this is an unacceptable situation. It's a crisis, and we need to address it. 900-year cycles don't work. 50-year cycles probably don't work. We heard all around the state in 2016 when we had our vision task force out that preserve the current system. This whole conversation has been about the current system, and we're not doing that. So Oregonians have spoken about this in terms of their priority, and it's make sure what we've got is maintained. So we're definitely going to want to follow up with this with a lot of attention and focus. This is a workshop item. We have statewide obligations. We're all concerned about the entire state. We want the whole state to work. I'm concerned about every county, every city, every highway, every bridge. We've got to get more on top of this. And so it is definitely not too early to be talking about more funding. Given how long that gestation is to get from talking to doing, we should be talking about it now. So thank you. And I appreciate, Travis, you're going to give us some time to talk about this. We don't have that time now, but we definitely want to have a conversation about this. So don't misinterpret the fact that we're moving on to the next topic as any kind of indicator that we don't care about this topic. I think everyone cares about this topic. Commissioner?
At what point would this, probably in a edited down fashion, be shared with the transportation committees and legislative leadership?
Commissioner, that may be as we have either a draft or a final of this product. That was the actual primary focus of the 2017 document, was to share with legislative leadership, the Joint Committee on Transportation that was developing the bill. So that may be at that point when we have that document either drafted or finalized from the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Thank you for your time spent. This is a very compelling presentation. We appreciate you putting it together and nicely presented. So, Mr. Director, we have our 5 minutes to get onto the STIP action item. I think Jerry was going to join Mac. Is that right?
Yep,
okay.
correct.
Welcome. Jerry?
Thank you, and I'll get Jackie to put the PowerPoint up, and
Okay.
we'll just
Thank you.
run through that. But just Jerry Bohard, Policy Data and Analytics Division Administrator. Got to get used to my new name. Just to remind you, actually, you have 2 requested actions. So one is to release the draft STIP out for public comment. So you guys got a link. We have 1 document in case you really want to look at it. But then it's also to approve a list of projects to advance. And Mac will talk about those. I think the real important part is what we've been doing with regards to public comment. And that is that I think we're actually ready for a press release, assuming that you all approve this to go out for public. So we'll start the public comment here. We've actually been working on a new sort of a software called Smart Comment that will allow us to also, I think, do a better job of getting comments about it. And any new project like that, we're working out some of the details on that. So that will probably go online in about 2 weeks, I believe, talking to staff. But we'll have the public comment open through April. So people have lots of opportunity in a lot of different ways in order to provide public comment. Also, I think in the conversation, our acts really help to facilitate the public comment process. So they're the ones that hold the public meeting and whatnot relative to this. So they're getting geared up for that. So just sort of a reminder is, you know, sort of a follow-on to the conversation you just had. While you've often talked about the budget, the STIP is only part of the budget, right? So that the whole highway maintenance and then some of the things that are also safety division, those types of things. Also within the STIP, and while we talk a lot about projects, I have a particular interest in the STIP because it actually does identify some of my planning money, right? So this is, we call the State Planning Research Program. It funds planning, it funds my research program, and there also is a line item in there about the transportation growth management. So even though we often talk about projects, there's a lot of other stuff that's actually in the STIP. What also, though, isn't in STIP, so you're not going to find Connect Oregon, you're not going to find STIF, so a lot of the other modal stuff is not found here. So just sort of a reminder about what's in and what's out. I think this is really the key thing that just sort of remind you, particularly since I think we have a couple of new commissioners. This is work that's been going on since 2017, and again, we're going to start it, right, for the 24-27, nothing. But this started back in 2017 where the commission did their funding allocations, and then you can see really what the highway staff primarily was working on from the winter of 2017 up until almost probably the last moment before we brought forward the draft STIP. And then we're really in that public review and approval process. So we anticipate, I think, bringing the final STIP to the commission in June. But I think it's important to note that Federal Highways and FTA actually have to approve the document before it goes into play. We really have to have that done no later than September 30th, otherwise we're in trouble. So we're in this place right now that I think probably starts to drive staff pretty crazy in that we have 3 STIPs that we're going to end up almost going at the same time. So we have the adopted STIP, we have one that we're almost finishing up, and now we're going to get into the program allocations in the next couple months. So I think that's what keeps folks pretty busy. You've seen that slide. I don't think we need to go into that. So I think I want to turn it over to Mac to sort of finish it off.
Perfect. Thank you, Jerry. So I think I would just flag for the commission, if I back up, one important piece on that blue section of that timeline. That's where we're scoping and setting the cost estimates for projects. So you'll hear from me in a little bit around our approach to increase the discipline around cost estimating. In some respects, we're looking at a project in 2019 that we won't construct until 2023, 2024. So this big of a protracted timeline is also a challenge for us. Not one we can't overcome, but there's realities that come with that. In the last STIP, or this current one, excuse me, the commission approved a bit of a unique funding allocation around leverage. So considered how do we stretch the dollar a bit further, and the commission approved 3 buckets of money around how do we leverage, let's say, bridge or pavements projects, the bulk of our work. How do we leverage things around active transportation, safety, and what we called state highway, which was just what else can we be doing while we're out there doing work. Just a couple examples I wanted to share with the commission, because I think this is where we've seen a bit more active engagement around this. We're able to stretch the dollar a bit farther and build on partnerships. So in the Pendleton area, we're doing a paving project. We're going to expand an off-ramp that is used when we have to shut down the freeway when Cabbage Hill becomes a winter nightmare. So that's a big safety improvement for us operationally. 82nd Avenue, which you hear about frequently, just that heavy urban corridor, we're doing a paving project there. We're going to install rapid flashing beacons, do an enhanced pedestrian crossings, just really leverage our opportunity to be in that area. US 20, we're partnering tremendously well with Deschutes County, bringing some money to the table as we do a paving project. How do we look at improving a pretty important and significant rural intersection in Tumalo and leverage some money they're bringing to the table, and we're bringing some to that as well. And then in Philomath, just an example with our active transportation leverage, we're able to stretch the limits of a paving project 3 or 4 more blocks to do some additional pedestrian improvements for their downtown core. So just want to flag that. It's not a lot of money in the grand scheme of things, but we're able to stretch that partnership with you. Lastly, just the timeline Jerry alluded to, I will mention 2 asks in front of you today. Approve it for public outreach. The second is allow us to begin spending some of the money before this is all done later this year. And a big part of that in the list of projects you have in front of you, most of those are all preliminary engineering design. We know we need to get started on some of that work. There's a few construction projects in there. To Justin Madre's conversation just a minute ago with you, some of these projects are starting to fail at a faster rate than we were hoping for, so we're ready to get going much faster and take them to construction. So there's a handful in there as well. It's a bit of a process thing for us needing your approval there. So with that, I'd pause.
Thank you. Questions? Motions?
I move for adoption of, well, am I actually moving?
You're going to move 2 things?
Move 2 things.
Move the draft.
I move for adoption of the draft 21-24 STIP and approval of the list of projects to get started on.
So approval of the, taking the draft, approval of taking the draft STIP, just clarifying question, out for public comment.
Right.
Yes, not approving it as final. Okay, and the other part of the motion was to approve this list?
This project
of
list.
projects. Okay, should we take them individually? Let's first take, do we need to? All right, let's do them together. All right, is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Approved. Thank you very much. Sorry we didn't have more time, Jerry. Thank you. Yeah. No, we're good. Okay, no, not at all. We're breaking for lunch, back at 1 o'clock. Welcome back, and welcome to those of you who weren't here this morning. We're a little behind, but we'll catch up. So starting this afternoon's agenda is the development and adoption of the Public Transportation Advisory Committee's work plan. So I'll call Hal and company forward.
There we go. Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission, I'm Hal Gard. I am currently the division administrator for the Rail and Public Transit Division with the Oregon Department of Transportation. This actually really is my last OTC meeting, so I know I've said that before, so my credibility is a little low, but this is it. And really, this is just my opportunity to tee up our actually spectacular advisory committee who has spent the last several years shepherding through our statewide transportation improvement fund program. They've been very engaged in the directed consolidation of that with our special transportation fund program. They have been really actively engaged with the development of our statewide public transportation plan. So their plate has been full. They've been an active and engaged advisory committee with much of that work well launched along the way. In fact, one of the consent items that you will be making a motion on at the end of the day is the required legislative report on the statewide transportation improvement fund, which will be delivered to the legislature as soon as they open their session. They are moving on to other great and good things. So they have been working diligently on their work plan, and they want to share that with you. So if I can introduce Mr. Jeff Hazen and Ms. Cosette Reed, our chair and co-chair, I'm going to turn it over to them.
All right. Thank you, Hal. Appreciate it. And we're certainly going to miss you, but wish you well in your future endeavors. So good luck with that. Chair Van Brocklin and Commission, Director Strickler, it's nice to be here today to share with you our work plan for this biennium. This has been a months-long process to get this thing put together, and we're pleased with how it's fleshed out and the work that we'll be doing over the next couple of years. Just kind of as a reminder of who PTAC is, we were formed back in 2000 to advise the commission on all things public transit. As an advisory body to the OTC and the Rail and Public Transit Division, we provide input regarding significant transportation issues. It's made up of people from all corners of the state. We all represent different transit agencies and other bodies throughout the state, and we're the feet on the ground. We're the boots on the ground. So, with our transportation needs ever changing, we've created the work plan to be a fluid, living document, and I think that's real important, and we really emphasized that when we presented it to the full PTAC committee, that here's the work plan, and it doesn't change. It's going to constantly change over the next couple of years because priorities will shift, things will happen, and we need to be adaptable, and so we will be. So we'll be flexible. Some of the work plan basics, there's 5 focus areas that we have in it. Plan integration, public transportation technology, state funding, regional and intercity service, and then PTAC and ideas to constantly improve public transit throughout this entire state. And that's our biggest goal, is to improve. Each focus area has short-term, mid-term, and longer-term strategies that will support the PTAC's goals. We're going to review 3 of the short-term strategies, which are intended to be completed within a year, just to kind of give you a sample of what we're looking at. And I believe that the work plan has been included in your packet. So I'm going to turn it over to Cosette to go through those examples.
Thanks, Jeff. The first example is STIP results. So with the passage of House Bill 2017, Keep Oregon Moving, we established new dedicated funding to expand public transportation and provide access, improve mobility, relieve congestion, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions around Oregon. In the short term, PTAC will be helping to articulate and present in a meaningful and understandable way the early endeavors and, more importantly, the results of this historical investment. Beyond this, we'll be reviewing compliance and oversight observations. We'll be providing a review of technical fixes to the rules. We'll be actively advocating for continuous improvement of the funding process, and we'll be working to ensure the program funding is sustainable and equitable. So the second priority is shared resources. One thing public transportation knows how to do is to create the wheel. And the second thing we know how to do is to not recreate the wheel. As public service industry, we're committed to a culture that embraces sharing best practices and using our resources to facilitate collaboration, gain efficiencies, and support foundational and innovative programs and operations with our colleagues. However, operating public transportation is a full-time job. And as operators, the time and energy to do research and leverage these resources is a luxury that's not always achievable. PTAC shall be a conduit for all public transportation providers to share best practices and ideas to improve public transportation. PTAC provides an opportunity for forward and innovative thinking, a strategic view of public transportation. We address the realities of the current state transportation paradigm and provide direction on the future of public transportation. So as part of this resource, we'll be developing methods that facilitate identification of best practices and how they can be accessible, replicable, and leveraged among diverse entities across the state, and provide useful guidance and instruction. And with all of the new projects that have been going on, especially around the Statewide Transportation Improvement Fund, there's going to be a lot of best practices to share and a lot of results. And again, it can raise all boats if we can do a good job of sharing and leveraging those experiences. Some examples of this may include the development of educational materials and digital media messages and strategies that could be used by transit agencies to communicate the benefits of public transportation in our communities, in our regions, and throughout the state. Also develop a plan for shared resource opportunities, especially among smaller providers, such as shared operator training, HR support, and insurance. And also consider a state role in helping to provide these services. This is right. So our our third priority is the OPTP, so the Oregon Public Transportation Plan. The PTAC work plan is based on and consistent with the goals and objectives of the Oregon Public Transportation Plan, its key initiatives, and plan implementation. PTAC will be taking a leadership role to ensure that plan integration occurs effectively and efficiently and is considered and reflected in our actions and our decisions. We'll also be collaborating with staff on plan implementation, and we'll be providing to you a biannual report on the implementation of the Oregon Public Transportation Plan. And we'll be really working hard to bring participation back into the work process. Again, making sure that just like this work plan, that the Oregon Public Transportation Plan doesn't become something that just sits on the shelf. We put way too much work into this, and we've invested way too many resources, and there's some great opportunities. So making sure that we're bringing it to light and making sure that we're meeting not just the words, but the spirit of the plan.
So next steps, what we've done with the work plan is we've divided up the PTAC committee into several different work groups, and each work group is led by a member of our executive committee. And we'll be working on individual priorities throughout the year. We're focused right now on the short-term ones. And PTAC meets every other month, and there's a standing item now on our agenda that each group is going to report out on what they've been working on and how things are going. And everybody, let me back up. Most everybody volunteered for a position. I went around the room at a meeting, and everybody picked the work groups that they wanted to be a part of. There was a couple of people that weren't there, and so they may have been voluntold what committees they were going to be serving on. But we've got a great PTAC committee, and everybody will do a great job. you know, we're always looking to enhance collaboration, and I think this work plan really, really puts that at the forefront. We're going to, you know, continue to look at outcomes such as closing the gaps on our statewide network. We'll never stop doing that. Better coordination system to improve the rider experience because we want people to ride the bus. I was presenting to school boards over the past couple of weeks, and when I was before the Warrenton School Board, I talked about one of my goals for our transit agency is to make it cool for the kids to ride the bus. I want it to be cool, and so improving those rider experiences is going to be good. And then always having a strong peer exchange network across the state, allowing all the agencies to support one another. You know, in public transportation, we're not in competition, we're in collaboration. So, any questions for us?
Questions? Commissioner Callery.
Given what's already gone out the door as far as funding, are you getting feedback back from providers about successes, improvements, that kind of thing?
We're hearing stories all the time, you know, with the rollout of the STIP funding. There's a multitude of exciting things happening. My agency personally, we just started rolling out our stuff. We had a delay in rolling out because we were having a hard time hiring drivers in our area. And just recently, we were finally able to get enough drivers hired so we could start our rollout. So, but I'm hearing great things from other providers, and I think Hal's probably going to jump in here. You may.
Is ridership showing an increase?
Absolutely, Commissioner Callery. And in fact, and I hope it's in your packet, but the STIP report that's going to be delivered to the legislature articulates the number of new rides, the number of new buses, including low-emission buses, service connections or expansions across the state. And we are talking about increases of ridership in the multiple of millions. We are talking about in new buses, you know, by the multiples of dozens. The immediate effects of that infusion of funding are real, and it is going to continue to multiply at a geometric rate as we go forward. The real concern, though, is that in a very short amount of time, around the 2027 time range, we're going to be back at a level funding range, and there's going to need to be a discussion about meeting our obligations for state of good repair. How do we maintain the momentum that we achieved through this first infusion? And that's going to be the goal of the next generation, I think, to help figure out how to make that happen. Thank you for that thought.
You know, I'd be remiss if I didn't speak to this, but first of all, Hal, thank you again, once again, for your service, and we will miss you. But I just want to congratulate both of you. When I was on PTAC before I stepped onto the commission, we weren't as laser focused as this. So it's obvious by me leaving, they were actually able to get something done. But no, I wanted to thank you because yesterday in a conversation, we were talking about the different modal plans that are out there. And one of the things that always gave me a little bit of a heartburn was we did modal plans and then they sat on a shelf. And it's obvious by your work plan, and I know, Cosette, that you actually served on the OPTP, that you are really taking that plan to heart and trying to implement what the state of Oregon should look like as far as public transit. So thank you very much. And please thank the committee, because I think sometimes we forget they're out there doing all the work for us, and so thank you.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't say a couple of thank yous, you know, not only to Hal for his leadership over the years, but as far as the formulation of this work plan, Marcia Hoskins was very instrumental in helping us out, as was Jamie Baldwin and Maggie Charles. Really, as staff, they kept us on point during our committee meetings and forced us to get it done, I think, so.
Well, thank you very much for your work, and thank you for your report. Hal, let us know where you're going to be. Bye. Okay. Rose Quarter Cost to Complete report. I think we have Megan and Mike and Cooper and Mac coming up to give us a crisp and succinct report on the report.
And Mr. Chair, as they come up, I might provide just a little bit of introduction. So some of what you're going to hear is a lot of the work that the agency has been really diving into over the last year, and that is how do we improve cost estimating up front? How do we create space to have risk-based estimating within our portfolios? All of those things that we've been working on, and I don't want to walk you down memory lane on all of those actions and memories over the last year, but you've been actively engaged in this dialogue as well, helping to direct us. I'll let the team dive into the details there, but I do have to say, we understand what's coming in front of you right now. Feel free to fire any questions that you have at us, and we recognize that we still have work to do as we go forward, so I just wanted to provide that introduction.
Thank you, Director, and I'm sure everyone on the commission has a copy of the Cost to Complete report. We are statutorily obligated to provide this report to the Joint Committee on Transportation by February 1 of this year, so we will be asking for an action at the end of the Rose Quarter segment of this meeting, which will include this panel's report and then some other input we'll be getting on the project. So with that, I'll turn it over to the panel.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Cooper Brown, the Assistant Director for Operations for ODOT, here with my colleagues. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Mac Lind, Deputy Administrator for Delivery and Operations.
Megan Channel, Project Director for the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project.
And I'm Mike Baker, Project Manager for your Owner's Representative team.
So to follow up on Director Strickler's comments, what we're thinking today to set the stage for the Cost to Complete report and the review of that is that I would provide a little bit more on some of what the Director pointed out in terms of the ongoing improvements, process improvements within the department, and kind of the thinking in terms of the reorganization that you all are well aware of and of which I am a part. And we'll dive a little more deeply into that with Mr. Lynn's presentation, and then turn it over to Ms. Channel and Mr. Baker for a more thorough walkthrough of the Cost to Complete, and then, of course, answer any questions that you have. So really, I won't belabor it, but to go into a little bit more detail, as we bring this Cost to Complete report before you, we recognize that this is a good opportunity to talk about some of the process improvements and continuous improvements that we're trying to implement throughout the department, which is, of course, ongoing work, as the name implies. We've had, this has been an effort for quite a while within ODOT. We have a tremendous team that has set a really solid foundation for the department, and we've been able to kind of meet the demands of the day. As we look out into the future, we recognize there's some uncertainty there, and there are ways that we can continue to improve, and many of our practices and procedures, chief among those in my mind is really cost estimating, and that's why I wanted to take a moment to really identify that for you, and say I see some of the changes within the department to include the establishment of assistant director positions, such as the assistant director for operations, the position I fill, which Director Strickler and you all approved recently, as a way to help us free up the bandwidth and space as a team to think more strategically and address some of these issues that have posed some problems for us in the past, and I think will continue to unless they are addressed in a real fulsome manner. So that was really part of the rationale for that. I think it's also the rationale behind the establishment of the Urban Mobility and Mega Projects Delivery Office, which will be coming online soon. We're very excited for the team to come together and help us look more holistically across projects at how do we address congestion in the urban areas. So I think all that's really part of the work that's going on. But I wanted to tell you that as I step into my new role as Assistant Director for Operations, I see my chief task is helping us, as we described this morning in one of our meetings, help the department kind of turn over some of those rocks that need to be turned over and look really strategically and deliberately on how do we review the processes that we've had in place and tweak them where need be. And so I'm committed to do that. I guess the other thing I would flag for you, and I want to make sure that everyone's kind of clear-eyed, that as we go through this process, it is iterative, it's evolving. We're continuing to look at process improvements, but ODOT is a big ship, and it turns rather slowly. And so I think it's fair to say there will be moments where we'll be back up before you to daylight some things, but you have our commitment to do exactly that, to daylight anything, even if it's ugly, as we work through making things better. So with that preamble, I'll turn it over to Mr. Lynn to talk through some of the more specific project delivery, risk-based estimating work that's been done within the team.
Thank you, Cooper. Just briefly, so early last year, Director Strickler and I were in front of you when he was still the Highway Division Administrator, and we put together this placemat. And I think Commissioner Smith, you may be not the only one not familiar with that, but we laid out a pretty considerable level of effort, which focused on bridge program review, geotech, audit results, what we're doing around cost estimating and scheduling. And really the big item that landed in front of you this last summer was our STIP rebalance effort. Putting a lot of effort into, so what are we telling the public projects are going to cost? Are we truly funding them at the level that they're needed for a really resetting moment for the agency? A lot of work has been ongoing since that moment, since we laid that out, and there's continual work, to Cooper's point, progressing into 2020 and beyond. Specific to cost estimating, that's quite frankly something I think we let our eyes drop off that ball. And we're going to see that here in a minute around the level of depth of information and proficiency we've put into some of these project costs. We certainly had that opportunity during the STIP rebalance to relook at that, to learn from experts throughout the nation in terms of how to do that better. I mentioned it earlier today, sometimes the length of time between when we scope a project to when we are funding and constructing it can be quite considerable, but that's on us to manage that better. And so we're putting a lot of energy and discipline to that. One of the things I want to talk to about cost estimating in general, we've stood up a team. So we're a big organization with a lot of partners. We have a lot of consultants now doing work for us. We've stood up a separate team within our headquarters function that's providing that additional level of quality review and oversight. So a team of professionals that's focused on cost estimating as a discipline. What oversight are we providing to that consultant product that we're receiving, as well as our internally designed projects? And some of that work has already played out as we talk about Rose Quarter here in a minute, as well as a number of other projects. So organizationally, we've already taken that step to advance that practice. You're going to hear, not surprising to most of you already, the number's frustrating, and there's been a lot of work and energy put into clarity around that and confidence around that. And I can tell you that level of effort is probably not warranted on every project, but the principle is certainly what we're taking. So how do we identify those projects with risk and apply a higher level of effort to ensure our confidence level? So we are doing risk-based cost estimating now moving forward. There are some legacy projects, to Cooper's point, that are going to not have that opportunity, but we're working hard to make that opportunity happen. And value engineering, which you'll hear Mr. Baker speak to in a little bit. I just got a report yesterday. We just did that level of effort on 3 other projects to the tune of $5 to $8 million savings on each of those projects. So we're starting to see that already happen on some of the bigger projects that we have elsewhere in the state. As we turn our focus to I-205, one of the other large projects, if you'll recall, it's not currently funded for construction, but we delivered a cost to complete report in January 2018. We have continued to work on the development of that project and brought some additional rigor and expertise to that cost estimation as well. And you're going to start to see more and hear more about the scope of that project in terms of how does tolling come into play on that project in terms of a revenue mechanism or a funding mechanism, and what are the costs associated to standing that up within that project. We're planning to submit an infra grant next month, and so as we put the fine points around that application, we'll be sharing with you and our stakeholders about what are our assumptions around the cost of that project, and more importantly, how has that changed from when we delivered the cost to complete report? So that's a bit more to come in the near future around as we put additional discipline specific to that project. So I just wanted to capture those moments of improvement we've been doing as an agency specific to that work. That's probably enough from me. I think without any further questions, I'd probably turn it over to Megan and Mike to walk through the cost to complete report.
Thank you, Cooper. Thank you, Mac. All right. So today, Mike and I are going to do an overview of the cost to complete report. I will start with a brief overview of the purpose of the report, what it includes holistically, and then another quick project overview and discussion of the scope assumptions and delivery schedule that feed into the report. And then I'll be turning it over to Mike as our project manager on the owner's representative team and really the key author with his team of this report to walk through the details of the estimating process, the cost summary, and the cost progression and the changes between the original 2017 estimate to what we have today. So the purpose of the cost to complete report is really part of House Bill 2017, which you know the Oregon legislature made a significant investment in a number of transportation improvements throughout our state, including implementation of the Rose Quarter project. And as part of that, one of the requirements was to prepare a cost to complete report and submit that to the legislature by February 1st of 2020. So here we are today doing the presentation of this report. The intent of the cost to complete report is to help us provide enhanced cost certainty and better transparency in our project development processes and do this early on in project development. And using the information in the cost to complete report to inform future funding and financing as well as delivery strategy opportunities. And so this cost to complete report, again, describes the cost progression and documents the approach and the plan to deliver the project based on a couple key assumptions. One is the project scope. So the cost estimate is based on the scope of the project today, which I'll go to in a couple minutes, as well as the anticipated project delivery schedule, as was presented to you at your last meeting, in addition to the project delivery method that we're using, which is the construction management general contractor, or CMGC approach. So before we dive into that, I think it's important just to take a step back and again acknowledge the needs and benefits of the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project. As you know, I-5 through the Rose Quarter has some of the highest traffic volumes in our state and is also the largest bottleneck within our state, both for the traveling public as well as truck freight moving through here. On top of that, it also sees the highest crash rate on an urban interstate in our state. And so the improvements through auxiliary lanes, shoulders, and community connections bring a number of benefits that have significant statewide effect. First and foremost, by doing the improvements on the I-5 main line, we can reduce crashes by up to 50%, save drivers nearly 2.5 million hours of delay each year, and with that also bring new multimodal connections across I-5 and using those improvements in that transportation infrastructure as a catalyst for future redevelopment of the Rose Quarter or Albina area, as well as a catalyst for near-term job creation. So this is, again, just a summary of the project history and went into more detail at our December meeting together on this. But just a reminder that the project development has been ongoing for a number of decades to get us to where we are today with the scope of the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project with over 70 design options considered through significant engagement with the community. So the scope assumptions within the cost to complete report are categorized into these four areas. First is the I-5 main line, the improvements, highway covers, the Clackamas pedestrian and bicycle crossing, as well as the multimodal local street improvements. So I'll go into each of these in a little detail before we get to the cost. So the I-5 mainline improvements, as you know, include auxiliary lanes and shoulders in the northbound and southbound directions of I-5 in an area where 3 interstates connect, so between I-84 and I-405. The improvements also include the relocation of the I-5 southbound on-ramp near Moda Center up to the intersection of Williams and Weidler to make it more of a standard interchange. I want to highlight a couple key assumptions that have been made as part of the cost to complete report as well as it relates to the mainline improvements. You'll hear a little bit more about this from Mike as well. But one of the assumptions is that we are assuming that we will be lowering the profile of the I-5 mainline, and that is done specifically to help improve the local street grade as the roadways and highway covers connect over I-5, while also still maintaining the vehicle and freight clearance that we need on the main line. There's also been some refinements to how the new auxiliary lanes and shoulders tie in to I-84 and I-405 to help maximize the efficiency and reduce the amount of work that is needed there, all the while still improving safety and operations in the area. The highway covers, as you know, are also part of the project and the scope assumed for this cost. And they include the replacement of the existing independent bridges that cross over I-5, and removal of those bridges and replacement of them is needed to do the improvements on I-5. And so rather than replacing them as independent structures, they're being replaced as two highway covers. So you can see the image here on the left. And the highway covers envisioned in the current project scope provide space for the roadways to reconnect across I-5, as well as new space for wider bike lanes and wider sidewalks, as well as new community space. And that new community space, we really look forward to continuing to work with stakeholders and the public in defining what that is. It is currently presumed to be active open space, so think of plaza or additional bicycle and pedestrian pathways, potentially even a food truck pod. There's some limited capacity for smaller one, potentially even two-story structures on the highway covers, but as scoped currently, they do not accommodate taller buildings from a structural capacity perspective. The highway covers also include the city's, incorporate additional projects that the city has planned on the Broadway and Weidler corridors immediately east and west of the project area. So as we're designing the local streets that cross over I-5 on these highway covers, we're mindful to ensure that we're being compatible with those planned improvements. The highway covers themselves also include new information as it relates to fire life safety systems. And what this means is there are new standards, national standards related to what's required to prevent or address a fire that might happen under the highway covers. So this would be early detection and early notification systems, ventilation systems, and other suppression systems or access elements to help get emergency responders to an incident under the highway cover or the traveling public out of the highway cover should there be a fire underneath. So that is a new element that was not previously included in the 2017 estimate. The third sort of project scope area relates to the Clackamas pedestrian and bicycle crossing. This is a new bridge that would cross over I-5 just south of the Broadway-Weidler interchange, again providing access for active transportation between Lloyd and the Rose Quarter entertainment area, and helps support the city's Green Loop connection, which is a 6+ mile connection through the central city. And the last cost area and scope element is the multimodal local street improvements. And so this includes a number of improvements related to the roadways themselves in line with city design standards, as well as active transportation improvements with sidewalks, bicycle lanes, ADA ramps, new multi-use path connections, high visibility crosswalks, all to support better and safer active transportation on the local system. And then with that, the Broadway corridor through the central city is identified on the city's high crash corridor network. And so the safety improvements that we are proposing as part of the project would help to address the safety needs on that corridor. So this is just in summation, the proposed project scope that shows the I-5 mainline improvements, the highway covers, the Clackamas bicycle and pedestrian bridge, and those local street improvements. In terms of the estimated delivery schedule, this is consistent again with what was presented to you at your December meeting. We are currently in the environmental and preliminary design phase, moving into the pre-construction design, with an anticipated main construction package starting in 2023. This also shows, as we bring on a contractor through the CMGC process, opportunities for early work packages as early as 2021. The construction is expected to carry through year 2027. And as it relates to schedule and sort of how all of these different phases overlap, I do think that it is important to sort of to clarify the distinction between this cost to complete report and the environmental review process. Typically, the NEPA process is done early in your project development phase to understand what are the benefits and impacts of your project, what is the mitigation that you need to incorporate to reduce any impacts that you have, and it's done without cost in mind to remain objective in that environmental consideration. We happen to be in a time where we have both the environmental document active along with this cost to complete report, and I think the linkage is the project scope. And so what links the NEPA process currently, as it is today, with this cost to complete report is that we have assumed the same scope, but they are two sort of separate and distinct processes. Speaking of processes, the way that we are delivering the project is significant, and I think primarily in the way that this allows us to be more intentional for value engineering and looking towards cost-saving opportunities. So CMGC, again, allows us to bring on a contractor early in the design phase, work collaboratively with the design team that we have in place, and working with ODOT, ourselves, and OTC as the owners, along with the assistance of our owners' representative team, to be more, I guess, efficient and effective in the project delivery, but also ask the questions early on around design decisions and if they make sense from a constructability perspective, and if there's potential to pivot to another option that would either be more schedule efficient or cost efficient. So we see this delivery method as an opportunity moving forward for us to be more effective with the dollars. I'm going to turn it over to Mike for the estimating process, but I'll quickly close in that while this cost to complete report is done as a House Bill 2017 requirement, this will not be the last cost estimating process that we'll be doing for the project. This cost estimate is based on a 15% design, so it's still very early, and it's based on design assumptions, not design decisions. We still have a lot of work to do around the specific design decisions, and so as we proceed into the 30%, 60%, 90% and 100% to a guaranteed maximum price, we'll be doing more cost estimating and validating along the way. And in the future, we'll be doing that with the benefit of having a contractor on board. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike to get into the specifics of the cost to complete.
Chair Van Brockman, Commissioners, good to be here with you. First thing I want to point out is that at 15% design, which is where this project currently is at, not very common to do the level of rigor of cost estimate that we've done, but very useful to be able to bring forward to you confidence in the range that we've put together. And how did we get there? What creates that rigor? First of all, it includes collaboration of a lot of different perspectives. People who've been on the project through the planning phase, like Megan, people actively progressing the design, our design team that's been on board, as well as the expertise within our team of former contractors, professional cost estimators, who are a surrogate right now for the builder that we will eventually bring on board, but have enough expertise and understanding of the marketplace to really allow us to look at this project more and more through the eyes of a builder, not so much through the eyes of a planning team or design team. Those phases are important, but really it's the builder's input that we're going to start to reap benefit from going forward. So all of that has been in process so far, and that will continue to be part of the updated costs that we bring you at 30, 60, 90%, so forth down the line. Even though we have a lot of expertise in-house between ODOT, the owner's representative team, the design team, we felt it was important to bring in an independent estimator, separate contract to ODOT. And really this increases the objectivity to the process. Many of us are living it every day. So when you get too close to a project, sometimes it's good to bring others in who aren't living it with you every day, who can ask hard questions, challenge you, and facilitate asking the right questions and looking at risk in a very detailed and holistic way. So I think bringing in an independent estimator has been a very good move. The intent is for them to stay on the project and be participating with us at all future estimates at these milestones in front of you as well. A contractor style estimate. We estimated this from the ground up. So saying from a contractor's perspective, how big would the crews be? How much equipment would they need? What kind of equipment? How many hours a day would they work? What's the prevailing labor rate? How would they access the job safely and for themselves as well as the traveling public? Took all of that into consideration. Again, thinking about how you would build the project. Because oftentimes if you don't consider that, that's the surprise that's waiting for you and increased cost in the future. We took a rigorous look at risk. Most recently, spent an entire week doing a risk workshop and benefited from Federal Highway's participation in that, City of Portland's participation in that, ODOT's participation in that. They've got some real expertise in risk and cost estimating, as well again as the owner's rep team and the design team. So all of that taken into account. Ran all those risks through Monte Carlo simulation, where we simulate 10,000 different ways that risk could hit this project. And then eventually that informs contingency and what costs to bring forward. So all of that is what we've done. It's what we'll continue to do. This slide is to show you the major components of cost. And we're going to look at these individually and understand what has changed from 2017 to what we're showing is the updated estimate in 2025 dollars. The reason we picked 2025 is because it's the midpoint of the construction duration that Megan mentioned. Main construction expected to occur from 2023 to 2027. So it's customary to pick that midpoint, inflate to that year, and then spread your costs out over the entire duration. So that's what we've done. We begin with inflation because, as you'll see, it's the largest single driver of cost change since 2017, from $130 to $147 million change. The low end of that is 3% inflation, the high end, 3.5% inflation. Drawing on the expertise of our former contractors and our cost estimators, we see that as a reasonable range for where the market is at and where we see the market in the windshield. It's our job to track that and monitor it and bring updates forward as they're available, but we think that's a good position to be at. Not uncommon for owners to not account for inflation at the time they're building estimates if they don't know when that project is going to be delivered. Back in 2017, there was no delivery timeline to my knowledge. That's what this cost to complete report now represents, is we have a defined delivery timeline, so it's prudent to inflate the project, which is what we've done, and represents about 50% of the total cost change since 2017. Next biggest change in cost is construction, and this is really driven primarily by what we now know due to the level of design and field investigation we've been doing that wasn't knowable back in 2017. Megan mentioned lowering I-5. That does a couple things for us. It allows us to maintain vehicular clearance on I-5 and also make more gentle the grade of the surface streets that cross over I-5 for active use by bicyclists, pedestrians, ADA users, and so forth. We know enough to know, though, from the preliminary geotechnical exploration that we've done, that every dump truck of soil that comes out of this project is going to be contaminated, which means it costs more to dispose of it. But it's better to know that now than to be surprised by that in the future. While we're very cognizant of day one costs and making good, efficient, cost-effective decisions, pavement is an area where you could go cheaper day one with asphalt, or you could take a long-term life cycle view and say, what's it cost to maintain pavement? What's the impact to the traveling public? What's the impact to work crews when you have to maintain pavement? Concrete allows for less frequent maintenance, costs more day one, but we think long-term from a life cycle standpoint, it's a prudent assumption. It's an assumption today, it's not a decision yet, but it's one that we've built into the cost because we think it makes sense. I'm not going to detail out fire life safety. I think Megan covered that very effectively. It's just the code for those requirements has evolved since 2017, so those costs are now in there. The geotechnical exploration that we've done so far, and there will be more to come, has really told us that we're going to be presented with some challenging soil conditions in the project area. Because of that, we now know how to respond accordingly with designing and selecting the correct retaining wall types in the various locations in the project, how big they need to be, how deep into the ground they need to go, how high they need to be, and what kind of loads they need to carry in the case of where we're going to have sound walls, for example, near Harriet Tubman Middle School and another location in the corridor. So those costs are all now incorporated into the report. Contingency, which I mentioned, that's very much driven by our understanding of the risk profile on the project, and that's carried into in the costs as well. Construction engineering, this is the effort that will be needed when we enter the construction phase to oversee construction, administer contracts, quality, inspection, and so forth. Next category is preliminary engineering, about a $10 million change, driven in part because preliminary engineering is often a percentage of construction. As construction goes up, it's not uncommon because construction going up usually means the scope is increasing for increase in preliminary engineering to manage the design effort. We are accounting for some intergovernmental agreement costs for ongoing work with our partners, increased work with our partners, and the actual cost of the independent estimator is now in the project cost. We know much more now about utilities, and we're finding out more as we start to do subsurface utility exploration. But what we know right now coming out of the EA phase, environmental assessment phase, and ongoing coordination meetings with our utility providers is that a number of utilities are reimbursable. So we've carried $7.6 million at this time, only inflating that number to 2022 because utilities often get moved early to be out of your way during construction. Last individual component is right-of-way. We were carrying $6 million back in the 2017 estimate for a couple of very high probability properties that we knew were going to be impacted. Those properties are still going to be impacted, but we know a lot more now. And driven mostly by, again, looking at this project through the lens of a contractor. ODOT did a workshop about 18 months ago where they invited interested builders to come meet with ODOT about this project. One of the number one risks, or perhaps the number one risk they voiced, was in this very dense, urban, tight, constrained environment, how are we going to work? How are we going to be safe? Where are we going to store our equipment, our materials? How are we going to access the site? Both for our own safety, but to maintain the traveling public safety and be efficient in how we build the project. So we need more right-of-way, a combination of permanent acquisition as well as some temporary construction easements that would be returned at the end of the project. So when you add all of that up individually, the new range in cost is $715 to $795 million. It's important to note that that range represents a 70th percentile. So that risk process that I talked about where we looked at simulation of risk, with 70% confidence as we sit here today, we believe the project as it's scoped today and with what we know would come in at or below that range. It means there's a 30% chance it could exceed that range, driven by things that aren't knowable right now, really until we start getting into construction and digging up the earth and seeing what's waiting for us there. But that's an industry best practice to select 70%. I think it's a prudent place for us to be at this point in time for selecting a range. But if we wanted more confidence, we'd be increasing the range on the project for the cost.
All right, so I know that the increase from 2017 to $2025 is significant, as Cooper and Mac mentioned. I think this is an opportunity for us to use that same rationale moving forward to show that we will do, need to, and can do better in our cost estimating moving forward. But I also wanted to indicate the inflation effects of delay as it relates to the project cost. And so the graph that you see in front of you uses the same 3% to 3.5% inflation rate, just to show that each year there is a cost effect to the potential for delay in delivery beyond the 2023 main construction package. And so with this, I know that one of the questions that has come up is around the environmental impact statement. And as we document in the report, we assume that that would be about a 3-year delay. And so with that, using this cost as one data point of many as you're considering, as you'll be discussing the environmental path forward, just showcasing here that a 3-year delay would be about $66 million to $86 million in additional inflationary costs. And Mike has a comment really quickly.
I thought you were moving on to the next slide. Just back to the previous one. 2 points I want to make here. I don't want us to feel like we're victim to inflation. It's there and it has an effect. But there are a couple of things we can do and consider doing to help beat back the effect of inflation. Number one, we're going to be looking very hard at early work construction. So the more work we can bring forward and sign up in today's dollars or next year's dollars instead of pushing out to the outer years, it helps lock in cost effectiveness. Number two, we can work collaboratively with the builder once they're on board, also to look at things like major material purchases for steel, concrete, or other things that locks in earlier pricing and helps take out the risk of the effect of inflation somewhere down the road. Neither of those is available without the CMGC model and the flexibility for cost savings and value engineering and creative sequencing of the project, all of which is out in front of us. So risk often means costs could go up, but it also means costs could go down. So don't just think of risk as a bad thing or it's going to be a cost increase. We have some positive risks to look at that we're looking forward to.
All right, so I think the biggest question with this is how do we address the funding for the project? And so first and foremost, the information in this report helps us again identify the needs moving forward so that we can continue to work with our partners at the federal, state, and regional and local level on partnership and funding opportunities moving forward. And to Mike's point specifically on the CMGC process, bringing in the contractor to help us be innovative around those cost-saving opportunities, conducting ongoing value engineering, and advancing the early work package opportunities to reduce inflation. So with that, I think we are done, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions from the commission? Okay. Thank you. We may have you back up at some point this afternoon for further questions. Otherwise, we are going to move the action item and other action items to the end.
Okay.
So we're going to move into the next phase. Given the fact that we're about 5 minutes behind now, I think, maybe we'll take a 5-minute break and come back at 2:30 and start taking public comment. I know there are elected officials here, and we will lead off with them. If you have not signed the public comment sheet, we will get it out there so you can during the break. Thank you. And you want to comment on Rose Quarter? All right, we are going to reconvene here. Where is the vice chair? So the next step here this afternoon is to take public comment on the Rose Quarter project, and then we will move into a discussion about the commission's consideration of a set of actions I proposed, and that will come following the comments. So I'd like to start by asking the following 5 people to come forward. Michael Alexander, Cupid Alexander, Metro President, Council President Lynn Peterson, Portland City Commissioner Chloe U. Daly, and Multnomah County Commissioner Jessica Vega Peterson. We ordinarily give 3 minutes per person. You're very familiar with this from your own work. I did talk with President Peterson last night, and so we were thinking 15 minutes for the 3 electeds, so I'm just going to round it up to 20 for the 5 of you, and you can lead off in whatever order you've decided to, and welcome, and we appreciate your coming to talk to us.
Great. Well, I think I'm going to start, and I'm going to try to move through this quickly, but I did time myself at 4 minutes and 55 seconds. So. But I want to say first, good afternoon, Chair Von Brocklin, Vice Chair Simpson, and members of the Commission. My name is Mike Alexander, and I serve as Treasurer and member of the Board of the Albina Vision Trust. For the past 4 years, we've worked to imagine a new kind of community in Lower Albina, which is the historic center of Portland's African-American community. We believe that in order to honor what the neighborhood can become, we need to be honest about what transpired there. It's universally acknowledged that the construction of I-5 was central to injustices perpetrated on the community and facilitated the loss of hundreds of millions of dollars in stolen wealth. We represent voices of historic Albina community and voices of conscience throughout our region who believe that future investment should help repair that historic harm. We cannot afford to repeat this story or to leave it unaddressed. The Albina Rose Quarter Improvement Project affords us the opportunity to build towards a better and a more equitable future. This major public investment has potential to advance social, economic, and environmental justice by catalyzing necessary transportation infrastructure investment needed in the neighborhood. Albina Vision continues to come to the table with realistic solutions and an unwavering determination to see the right project happen. We appreciate the Governor and the Oregon Transportation Commission's recent actions in response to concerns raised by AVT and our local elected leadership. However, we continue to have significant questions and concerns about the proposal in front of you today. We join our partners in seeking clarity about the current project scope, mechanisms for informing additional changes, and transparency about overall costs. Additionally, we believe that we need to have these and other critical issues monitored and explored by an accountable and meaningful governance structure. Let me also add that we've been disappointed by the framing of the CAPS issue in the cost to complete report by the media. Despite years of engagement with us, characterization of those costs reflects either an inability or an unwillingness to understand this issue. We welcome the long-promised independent analysis before your consideration today, but it is not enough to invite us to only assist with consultant recruitment. We're requesting true partnership at every stage of the analysis. This is a critical consideration as questions remain about how the different timelines of the CAPS report and environmental impact statement decision will impact overall project cost and scope. In closing, I want to go on record as affirming our fundamental belief that this major public investment formerly involved full and unprecedented opportunities
for minority-owned contractors, and that it also articulates meaningful neighborhood connectivity and environmental justice as core priorities. In our December 12th letter to the governor, we shared that Albina Vision Trust, quote, wants the I-5 span in Oregon to be the greenest and the most innovative stretch of interstate highway in the nation. We can imagine electric charging stations on freeway caps, innovative multimodal last-mile connections, stormwater management facilities, carbon offsetting plantings, and adjacent alternative fuel facilities, end of quote. None of this is possible without a meaningful process that allows us to consider these options. The current proposal fails to treat stakeholders as partners and in our viewpoint is not adaptive and responsive enough to move us forward. So we ask that you join us in optimizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to use this investment to serve as a down payment on a comprehensive long-term strategy to rebuild a community that values children, affordable housing, public spaces, and community wealth building. I thank you for your service to this commission and our state, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
I'll go next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, my name is Multnomah County Commissioner Jessica Vega-Peterson. As a former legislator and co-chair of Metro's Transportation Funding Task Force, I sympathize with the challenges you face in making decisions on our transportation system without having the benefit of knowing the local conditions, sometimes at all. Last month, our regional task force made decisions on roads ranging from 185th in Washington County in the west to 181st in Gresham to the east to as far south as Highway 212 in Clackamas. I am not an expert on those roads nor the communities around them. Hearing from the voices of people who did live in those communities was necessary for our understanding of the issues that they're facing. So I want to use my time to give you some context around the lower Albina area, where the Rose Quarter is located, to help illustrate the problems our transportation system has created, as well as ways in which we can work together to stitch back a community that's been divided by I-5. Albina itself was once a separate city, with Portland on the west side of the river and Albina on the east. After Portland annexed Albina, it saw an influx of African-American families who were priced out of the west side and limited in where they could purchase homes. During World War II, Portland's African-American population increased rapidly, as the shipyards on the waterfront employed thousands of workers from throughout the U.S. Portland's black population grew from 1,900 in 1940 to more than 20,000 in 1945. Many newcomers resided in what was called Vanport, an integrated housing development along the Columbia River created to accommodate the shipyard workers. Vanport, however, was destroyed by a flood when a levee along the Columbia broke in 1948, and virtually overnight, 16,000 people were displaced. Due to redlining policies used by banks and real estate agents, black residents had very few areas in Portland where they could live, and Albina was one. Black residents moved in, and white residents moved out. The Albina area would grow to contain 80% of Portland's black population. New residents started businesses, families, and bought homes when they could, and also rented in the area. Popular neighborhoods you may frequent when in Portland, like along Williams Avenue and Mississippi Avenue, were the heart of the black community here in Portland. But that wouldn't last for long. Because communities of color, often disenfranchised, lower income, and not as politically powerful, were an easier community to ram a highway through. In the 1950s, the city began clearing land for Interstate 5, as well as what is now Veterans Memorial Coliseum, once home to the Portland Trailblazers. In the 1970s, expansion of Emmanuel Hospital further decimated the area, forcing over half of that neighborhood's black population to relocate. A neighborhood that was 68% black in 1990 was only 28% black in 2010, just 20 years later. As you've heard, a plan has been proposed by local leaders and advocates to re-envision the lower Albina area and re-stitch the community back together with a focus on affordable housing, workforce development opportunities, social justice, and diversity and equity in the contracting work. One key component of the proposal is a cap on Interstate 5, an attempt to heal a mistake that was made 6 decades ago and stitch back together a neighborhood. Yesterday, the Portland Tribune wrote that wide caps over portions of I-5 that are strong enough to support multi-story buildings have nothing to do with statewide transportation needs. I couldn't disagree more. The gash that Interstate 5 drove through the Black community is one that we are still wrestling with today. We owe it to them and to all Oregonians to rectify the destructive impact of I-5's creation by moving forward with the Rose Quarter Improvement Project in a way that looks at all angles of transportation, to ensure that we are doing more to connect the communities, especially communities that have been borne the brunt of past injustices. As you'll hear from Commissioner Udaley and President Peterson, we want to be partners with you in re-envisioning this piece of our transportation system, which is also part of this community. We can't look at this area as simply a bottleneck for the people that drive through here. We have to look at it as a community that happens to reside close to a freeway, deserves consultation, outreach, and input into what happens here. When we do that, yes, your obligations grow, but so do our collective opportunities. And that's what we want to partner with you on and seize, these opportunities to make our community better. Thank you. I'll now hand it off to Commissioner Udaley.
Good afternoon, Chair. There we go. Good afternoon, Chair Van Brocklin, Vice Chair Simpson, and members of the Oregon Transportation Commission. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak today. For the record, my name is Chloe Daly, Portland City Commissioner and Commissioner in charge of the Transportation Bureau. I want to first thank you for the response to the letter that we submitted on December 12th, 2019 in partnership with City of Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler, Metro Council President Lynn Peterson, and Multnomah County Commissioner Jessica Vega Peterson. What a coincidence that you're both here today. Many of the actions, and keep it as well, don't want to leave you out. Many of the actions described demonstrate that you have heard and are interested in addressing our concerns related to the delivery of the I-5 Rose Quarter project to date. I also want to take a moment to thank Director Chris Stickler for announcing the new Office of Urban Mobility and Mega Project Delivery. This office is a welcome sign that ODOT is serious about a new way of doing business that incorporates organizational capacity focused on transportation solutions for all users through a lens of equity, economic opportunity, and demand management. However, I want to be clear, the work is far from done. Strong governance and genuine partnerships are required to deliver mega projects successfully. This is true anywhere and certainly true in the city of Portland. To date, this project has lacked these essential elements and has faced obstacles as a result. I don't believe we'd be here today had ODOT established a project governance structure that brought partners in through joint decision-making and transparency. We would not be here today if there had been a steering committee that brought the public into that process. There is simply no way forward without partnering with community leaders and a broad range of stakeholders. I believe that given the opportunity and in partnership with community, our city, region, and state possess the intelligence and imagination to do something remarkable together. Prior to addressing the actions before the commission today, I want to briefly recap the city's participation and support for the I-5 Rose Quarter project over the past decade. And I'm going to talk even faster now. The City of Portland entered into a partnership with ODOT in 2010 as part of the North-Northeast Quadrant planning process. In 2012, City Council, as well as the OTC, adopted that plan and the I-5 facility plan. In 2017 and 2018, the city's support for I-5 Rose Quarter was reaffirmed when the project was integrated into Council's adoption of Central City 2035, contingent upon the project including all local street elements, an equity strategy addressing historical impacts, transparency and public involvement, and incorporation of congestion pricing. The region as a whole supported the project through regional flexible funds investment and strong support for HB 2017. I've personally represented this project to my community and worked with ODOT Region 1 in the environmental assessment phase to push for more opportunities for public engagement. I am here today to clarify a few points as well as share a more detailed vision for our path forward. I want to point out that unlike what is stated in the cost to complete study and in your letter, this project is of statewide significance for reasons beyond its freight bottleneck ranking. This project represents the first major public infrastructure project in Lower Albina since the creation of the interstate highway system. Due to past racist public policy, Lower Albina was designated as a slum and blighted area. This designation paved the way for the construction of not just Interstate 5, but Emmanuel Legacy Hospital, the Veterans Memorial Coliseum, and other developments that utilized federal funds to pay for local projects. These projects displaced African American residents from Northeast Portland, while predominantly white neighborhoods were preserved. This is a shameful part of our shared history, and it's now our shared responsibility to deliver a remedy, not just to the poorly engineered interchange, but to the community that was harmed when it was initially created. The investment through I-5 Rose Quarter project must acknowledge the past and contribute to repairing and rebuilding community through partnership and engagement. The investment must enable communities decimated by involuntary displacement to maintain social and cultural connections and reestablish a stable presence and participation in Albina. Sadly, I believe that had the National Environmental Protection Act and environmental justice laws been in place when I-5 was built in the 1960s, we would not be having this conversation today. I-5 would not have been constructed adjacent to Harriet Tubman School and would not have displaced hundreds of African American families. House Bill 2017 has given the state of Oregon and the city of Portland an opportunity to address an infrastructure challenge while simultaneously acknowledging and working to remedy these racist planning and development practices. This project, as developed by and sold to local and regional leaders, has always included these essential community building elements. In acknowledgement that this project is off track with community, with local and regional partners, and with cost, I believe a successful path forward must address three main categories, including historical acknowledgement and leadership commitment to restorative justice, governance and cost transparency, and project scope consensus. I appreciate the actions you outlined in your January 17th letter and offer the below comments for consideration. Action 1, cost to complete report indicates phasing as a potential solution to ODOT's inadequate 2017 cost estimate. The City of Portland adopted the I-5 Rose Quarter project as part of Central City 2035, contingent upon ODOT building a complete project. There's a need to reaffirm the scope of the project to ensure it's meeting the needs of the state system and reflects local, regional, and community priorities. Action 2, there are 11 significant actions identified on various timelines and with multiple implications. What structure, tool, or process will be used to ensure the required transparency and accountability to gain stakeholder support? Without a full EIS, we'd recommend a tool such as Community Benefits Agreement. This agreement should be structured around the agreed upon principles, values, and outcomes. Actions 3, 4, and 5, to ensure a multi-jurisdictional and community-led process around decision-making and cost decisions. An empowered steering committee and community advisory committee should be set up immediately. These are essential project governance elements we have been requesting for nearly a year. To be most successful, we should look at other regional models in place. Additionally, any project principles and value statements should be supported by institutional commitments and policy. As part of Action 5, we hope to see explicit historical acknowledgement and leadership commitment to I don't know why I'm having a hard time with that word today, restorative justice and equity. Action 7, it is not clear what this action is in reference to, as it has been our understanding that any project steering committee would include representation of regional partners. Action 8, to truly honor what we have heard from community to date, equity principles are about much more than contracting practices and utilizing a CMGC approach. In addition to setting up a new standard for DBE, I apologize for all the acronyms, contracting by the state, prime contractor development programs, anti-displacement investments, and long-term wealth creation and land ownership opportunities should be considered. And Action 10, as stated in Central City 2035, the City of Portland is eager to work with ODOT on how congestion pricing and TDM options can be integrated to mitigate climate impacts while ensuring equity principles are upheld. In closing, over the last 5 years, the City of Portland has strengthened its commitment to transportation justice in accordance with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Through this commitment, we must ensure HB 2017 funds do not exacerbate past injustices or contribute to new ones. Rather, we must ensure this investment results in significant benefit to our city as a whole and the African American community in particular. We respectfully request our fellow transportation leaders to join us in this effort. And now,
Thank you.
President
Lynn?
Peterson.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. I'm going to get a little bit more specific. We've heard a really good overview of why this is such a complex topic, and this really is hot mic, isn't it? I think, first of all, thank you for your response to our letter dated January 17th. We appreciate the work that the chair has put into recognizing the need to move forward with an outcome-based and community-led process for the Rose Quarter. I don't take those words lightly. Outcome-based means that we actually all understand all of the outcomes that we're all trying to achieve, because this road it actually exists in a context. And you've heard a lot about that context today, and it is probably ground zero for issues within the urban area, historically and today. And so while the congestion in the corridor is definitely something that you're looking at, it is not the only issue that the region has with that spot, right? And so you need to understand the context of I-5 historically as well as today, as well as where the region needs to go to be able to benefit economically, not only a community that lives there, but the entire region as well as the entire state. So you need to understand that there are much more variables coming out of this that we need to have a discussion about in terms of performance metrics. It's not just a level of service analysis, and that's what we really needed to get, I think, in front of you today, is beyond the cost of the project as it sits before you today. There are a lot of other risks that haven't been included in how to proceed forward in this project, and so that's why we're here. The Metro Council urges the OTC and all of us in the transportation community to explicitly acknowledge the significant historical context surrounding the Rose Quarter. As we consider the project before us today, it is our collective responsibility to address these wrongs and the cumulative impacts. And I say that very specifically regarding the work that was done with the EA, because we were never able to actually document, because we didn't do an EIS, the cumulative impacts in the corridor from the location of I-5 through this community. However, moving forward, we will need to require a community-centered approach to project development to help limit further harm and provide new opportunities for healing and growth. The Metro Council has supported and continues to support the concept of the Rose Quarter project as a complete multimodal project with a lid to create active, safe, and usable spaces supportive of a community vision outlined by Albina Vision Trust, the City of Portland's North-Northeast Quadrant Plan, and Metro's Regional Transportation Plan. From the beginning, Metro Council has supported and does support this project in concept. In 2017, Metro Council voted to be the first dollar in to this project and allocated $10 million. So there has been significant local partnership with this already. We also lobbied for this project at the legislature. However, there is much more work to be done. We never envisioned ODOT taking shortcuts to a decision and a design. The risk that was taken by those shortcuts are now playing out. There was a decided decision to do this shortcut, and this is where we are now. So recognizing that you have a series of really good testimony to read, I want to move forward and just talk about some of the actions that we requested and why they're so important. Action, the committee structure. We need an IGA between all the governments that really spells out and commits to not just a list of to-dos, but an actual community engagement process. We need to move forward with some sort of agreement within the next 6 months that provides transparent decision-making, appoints a landscape design team to facilitate a community-led decision-making process on the lid, not an engineering analysis, maximizes the DBE opportunities, not just for construction, but also for design, and urban design to support the Albina vision, corridor planning of I-5 North. We need the recognition from this commission that it is not just the Rose Quarter or any bigger project to the north someday. This is actually an I-5 problem through this community, and it's playing out in the context of this project. We need a larger recognition that I-5 North needs to be discussed in its full context and the full impacts that it has had and how to move forward. And we need to keep the project together as a complete project, not broken into bits and pieces where we don't actually ever get the benefits for everybody, so that we realize all of the benefits and reduced greenhouse gas emissions. And lastly, let me just re-mention the most important part of all of this is the recognition that we need congestion pricing prior to any work in the Rose Quarter. We need a decision and movement forward on congestion pricing, because without the transportation demand management that offers, the benefits won't be totally realized. So with that, we look forward to working with you on the next steps and getting to a resolution and an agreement that affords that community-led decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you, President Peterson. Mr.
Thank you.
Alexander.
Yeah, I'm kind of close to the mic. I'm from a Baptist household,
That's all right.
so, you know.
I'm hearing you at least
Okay,
once.
sounds good. Good afternoon, Chair Van Brocklin, Vice Chair Simpson, and members of the commission. I want to say thank you for your response to Mayor Ted Wheeler's joint letter to the commission in December, as well as convening stakeholder conversations around I-5 Rose Quarter project over the last 6 months. My name is Cupid Alexander, and I am the Director of Strategic Initiatives in the Office of Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler. As the mayor is currently traveling, I'm here today to share our perspective and support for how to move this project forward. As was previously stated, the mayor is acutely aware of the critical nature of I-5 and the role it plays for the city, the state, and the entire West Coast. We are proud of our growing community, and we believe that I-5 is a critical part of our infrastructure, as well as continue to employ smart growth strategies for the future. Yet, we recognize that this critical part of our infrastructure has been a part of 60 years of harm and damage to the immediately surrounding environment and community, which brings an opportunity. We recognize that if this project is implemented in a centered, focused, responsive, and community-centered way, we can begin on the rare path of reconciliation, both providing statewide and regional benefit and uniting a community skeptical of infrastructure efforts regardless of benefit. As Commissioner Udaley shared, governance and partnership are absolutely essential. We are in agreement that a successful path forward must address the 3 main categories the Commissioner outlined: historical acknowledgement and leadership commitment to restorative justice, governance and transparency cost, project scope consensus, surface improvements, highway covers, congestion pricing. Additionally, I want to share the following comments for consideration. We are encouraged by ODOT's pursuit of a CMGC contracting method and early work in developing a disadvantaged business enterprise contracting approach to reduce or eliminate barriers to minority contractors. We support moving the I-5 Rose Quarter project forward to construction so that Black contractors are able to realize near-term contracting opportunities. However, this project can only catalyze shared wealth creation, and this opportunity is extremely exciting. In order for this additional opportunity to be realized, collaborative work must center the community-facing organizations whose work is centered in the lower and upper Albina area. A great example of this is Albina Vision Trust, which has prioritized not only development, but ownership opportunities, community connectivity, and a new path forward to serve as an example of trust-building exercise to franchise a disenfranchised part of our community. Yet and still, we know that there are a lot of actions that still need to happen. Through improved governance, transparency, and community-centered engagement, we look forward to collaborating on these solutions. We support Commissioner Udaley in her call for a named process to ensure accountability and build community trust. Whether this be an EIS process or other community benefit type of agreement. We also want to reaffirm that any Rose Quarter-related projects must not only serve a community vision and the adopted Central City 2035 objective for development, we also know that this work has historical significance. that in an attempt to improve the flow of traffic and convenience one part of our community, we divided and disconnected another part of our community. We must make the effort to reconcile this imbalance, to take centered, thoughtful, and measured steps to start down the path of environmental, social, and economic reconciliation for our community, most acutely, the Black community. This is not the only step needed or the only entity that needs to take that step, but this is one large step towards justice. In closing, we would love to reiterate that this is more than just removing a long and noted bottleneck on the West Coast commercial spine. It's about community, it's about connection, and it's about people. It's about recognizing that our transportation infrastructure interrupted and disconnected our most important infrastructure, our people, and that the purpose of such infrastructure is to serve those people. That this was part of the stack of actions, including the construction of I-5, the Oregon Convention Center, the Memorial Coliseum, Emmanuel Hospital, and the legacy of urban renewal. And that we can take a thoughtful approach, united, to do better. This is us working together to think through the best approach to do it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Questions for these witnesses this time? Okay, thank you all very much for being here. I appreciate your coming and taking the time to think through next steps. We look forward to further dialogue. Okay, I am going to call up 5 names at a time. Others who have signed up, beginning with Douglas Allen, Nora Lehman, Hank Stowers, excuse the mispronunciations, Chris Smith, and Joan Pettit. We're going to adhere to the 3-minute, we made a little exception for the elected officials. We're going to go back to 3-minute time limits on commenters going forward. We have written testimony from Mr. Allen, right? Yep, okay. Does everyone have one?
I'll pass it.
Okay. And a few others? Okay, right, okay. All right. So does everyone know how the microphone works? So there is a button in front of you which says speak. So when it's your turn, if you just push that. And when you see that little red light go on up here, that means you're live, okay? So we'll start with Douglas.
Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission. I'm Doug Allen, a director of AORTA, Association of Oregon Rail and Transit Advocates. AORTA is a statewide 501c3 nonprofit corporation that has been advocating for more than 40 years for improved public transportation, intercity and local, urban and rural, including bus and rail. Many of our members, such as myself, have decades of professional transportation experience in both private sector and public sector positions. At our board meeting January 18th, AORTA's directors passed the following resolution and authorized me to bring it to your attention. AORTA affirms our continued opposition to the proposed I-5 Rose Quarter widening project. We wrote a letter of opposition in 2012 when the project was first being approved by the City of Portland, and we submitted arguments in opposition as part of the environmental assessment process. We believe that because of the size and known impacts, ODOT and the Federal Highway Administration should have done the more rigorous analysis for an environmental impact statement, which would have included examination of transit and demand management alternatives. While we believe that a serious review of the information that is currently available should convince local and state officials that this project is a costly mistake, it is now clear to us that the required unbiased environmental impact statement must be done in order to provide officials with the facts needed to bring this project to a halt before any more time and money are wasted on it. Our opposition is based on our belief that value pricing combined with effective transit alternatives can bring traffic volumes on I-5 back to the levels for which this stretch of highway was designed. This will eliminate a costly, ineffective expenditure and reduce pollution and emission of greenhouse gases. We are not speaking in opposition to such concepts as covering the existing freeway and adding pedestrian and bicycle improvements, but point out that this project never even considered the sort of improved transit facilities that both this neighborhood and the whole I-5 corridor need. I have attached an example of such a transit line, which would include a northern rail extension of the Yellow Line to connect with C-Trans service on Hayden Island and an east side rail connection between the Rose Quarter Transit Center and South Waterfront via OMSI and the Tillicum Crossing. I believe that we're a day late and a dollar short on doing the full EIS, but I urge the commission to move forward with a complete EIS that looks at reasonable alternatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Ms. Lehman?
Hi.
Hello.
Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Nora Lehman, and I'm here today as a mom who lives in the Humboldt neighborhood and as a member of the group Families for a Livable Climate. I sit before you on behalf of my children, Sally, who is 4 years old, and Sid, who just turned 2. I'm here today so that I can look my children in the eyes when they're older and tell them that I did everything I could to try and protect them against the ravages of climate change. We are in a climate emergency, and we must keep this terrifying fact constantly in the front of our minds and as the foundation of all of our plans. On January 21st, only 2 days ago, the observatory on Mauna Loa recorded the highest ever level of carbon dioxide in all of human history. As the UN warned in their 2019 emissions gap report, we are on the brink of missing our opportunity to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Humans are facing down a critical window of time in which we must collectively cut our carbon dioxide emissions 7.6% a year between 2020 and 2030 in order to have even a prayer of meeting that target. This freeway widening project cannot and must not be considered outside of this global context. 1.5 years ago, when I was 8 months postpartum with my second child, I finally allowed myself to fully take in the truth about climate change after years of avoiding reading too deeply about the science. And I realized what it will mean for my children's lives and for millions of innocent children around the globe. Like so many others, I was overcome with fear and grief. My climate grief is with me every day, but is joined now with a bone-shaking incredulity that so many pay lip service to the urgency of fighting the climate crisis while simultaneously carrying on with business as usual. Surely, I ask myself, these decision makers have children and grandchildren of their own, whom they love as fiercely as I do mine, and would do anything to try and protect them. I want you to picture them, the children and young people in your lives, their shining, beautiful, smooth faces, as you are deciding the future of this project. I'm sure you are well aware that transportation is over 40% and rising of Oregon's total greenhouse gas emissions. When I think about the many projects that ODOT could be undertaking with this amount of money, closing in on $1 billion at this point, that would actually decarbonize our transportation system, I feel literally sick to my stomach. Where is our high-speed rail? Where are our electric buses? Where are our protected bike lanes so that kids can get to their schools without danger from cars that make it impossible for most to bike safely? Finally, we cannot forget the profound environmental injustice of this project, which will further degrade the already terrible air quality at the Harriet Tubman Middle School, a majority non-white school. I am white, obviously, and I have benefited from that privilege all my life. I am here also on behalf of the families in my neighborhood who don't have the privilege of coming here today, but who most certainly want their kids to be able to go to school and not get asthma. All of our children deserve clean air and a livable climate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have, let's see, I guess Joan is next, so I'll have her go next. Joan Pettit.
My name is Joan Pettit, and I live in the Elliott neighborhood in Portland, near Harriet Tubman Middle School, about a half a mile away from Interstate 5. I'm also the very lucky mother of 2 black teenage sons that I adopted, one of whom graduated from Harriet Tubman Middle School last year. My sons both had a pretty rough start in life. When we moved to Portland more than 10 years ago, we moved to my neighborhood, to historic Albina, so my sons would grow up in a positive, supportive, majority black community, a very rare thing in Oregon. This community has been a true gift to my children. They've been fortunate to attend schools like Boise Elliott Humboldt Elementary and Harriet Tubman Middle School, where they've benefited from excellent black administrators and teachers of all races who have real racial and cultural competency, who don't see them as stereotypes, but as students there to learn. I wish this wasn't rare, but it is. In Oregon, we like to think of ourselves as being open-minded, accepting of all, but my son's experiences have shown me that's not true. As their mom, I have seen firsthand just how hard a thing it is to be a black child, a black boy in this state.
As just one example, a few years ago while on a camping trip in Eastern Oregon, my older son and I drove into town for groceries and I promised him a milkshake at the local restaurant. Well, in that town, at the restaurant near the house decorated with Confederate flags, my son and I weren't served. White people, groups of white people, entered the restaurant after us and were quickly seated. When we finally realized what was happening, my son felt so embarrassed and ashamed that he wanted to leave right away, and so we did. The Oregon Highway Department devastated an entire community when it tore a hole through Albina, a scar that pollutes the air, makes our community sick, and remains to this day. Some good things do remain, like Harriet Tubman Middle School. We parents fought so hard. We worked so hard to reopen that school just a year and a half ago so the children in Inner North and Northeast Portland could have a middle school like almost all the other kids in Portland already had. Now, however, ODOT wants to double down on the harm to this community with an unnecessary freeway expansion. After all these years, shouldn't we know better? Haven't we white folks learned that it's not okay to destroy communities and schools to build freeways? Lately, I've been wondering, is ODOT like that restaurant in Eastern Oregon that doesn't want to see my kids, that doesn't want to serve my kids and kids who look like my kids? Is the health and well-being of my Black children irrelevant to ODOT, Governor Brown, and the commission in front of me? Are their lungs just collateral damage? You know, a few years ago in Eastern Oregon, I left that restaurant. I walked out. I'm not leaving this time. I'm here for my kids and for all the kids in my neighborhood, including and especially the 65% of Harriet Tubman students who identify as children of color. You can't ignore these youth anymore. They want to be playing sports, hanging out with their friends, playing video games, but this project means they are clamoring for racial justice, for transportation justice, for climate justice. They need us to do better and to be better. Parents in my neighborhood and Tubman parents are ready to fight you on this project that harms our children's lungs, their educational opportunities, and the planet they will inherit. We are not walking away. I call on Governor Kate Brown and the Oregon Transportation Commission to demand that ODOT complete a full environmental impact statement so we can really and truly understand the devastating consequences of this freeway expansion to my neighborhood and to the kids in my neighborhood. Shame on ODOT for not seeing my kids, for not seeing the Black and brown kids in my neighborhood who are as deserving of clean air and good schools as every other kid in this state.
Thank you, Ms. Pettit. Mr. Smith?
Good afternoon, Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission. I'm Chris Smith. I'm a member of the Planning and Sustainability Commission in Portland, although I'm testifying as an individual today. I'm looking at this from a number of angles, and frankly, I'm befuddled. As a public official, I can't imagine that if in a hearing before my commission, we had 2,000 comments, 90% of which told us to either not do the project or do a deeper analysis, that we wouldn't take the time to learn more and do that deeper analysis. This should absolutely go to EIS based on the demands of the community. As a member of the streetcar board in Portland, I'm very concerned that the cost to complete report suggests that you're going to shut down the streetcar loop for 2 to 3 years and have proposed a bus bridge instead. That will have big impacts on transit ridership. Are you going to pay for that bus bridge, or are you going to expect the city to bear those costs? And as a climate activist, I'm very concerned that during the very decade when we have to decarbonize our economy, this construction project will interrupt not only transit, as we've already discussed, but also a main bicycle connection that connects North and Northeast Portland to downtown. I can't imagine a worse thing to be doing for our climate at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Stowers, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Perfect, yeah, thank you. That's
Welcome.
rare. Good afternoon, commissioners and chair. My name is Hank Stowers, and I am here today on behalf of Sunrise PDX. I would give you our full introduction, but you should know us by now. I noticed that the Oregon Transportation Commission has chosen to forgo paper copies of your meeting materials. It said so right back there, for environmental reasons. And I commend that. I commend your decision to consider the environment. It is a small decision, but it's one that will make a small difference, and those small differences do really add up. If we make enough of those decisions, they will add up to a livable future for myself and my generation. These decisions will create opportunities for the energy, transportation, and resource revolution that frankly should have happened when you folks were my age. If our community can take on the responsibilities and leadership to fight off an impending climate catastrophe, it might add up to just enough to do our part in saving our planet. What doesn't add up is your environmental assessment. It baffles me that in 2020, anyone could have the audacity to supplant legitimate climate research with a hasty and insufficient write-off on the biggest challenge that our species has ever weathered. I can't understand how a commission of informed and valued community members would assume that their youth populace cares too little about our futures, our very fate as a biosphere community, to make sure that you do the research. We know how every other freeway expansion, every other road expansion in the history of the nation has impacted the environment. We know that accessible public transportation, safe walking and bike paths, and support for intermodal commuters are the only lasting solutions to reduce congestion. We know how your actions today will seal our fates tomorrow. Your numbers don't add up, and our time is running out, so please stand with our movement to save the planet. Or please step out of the way. If you want to stand with us, I would ask that Governor Kate Brown and the Oregon Transportation Commission conduct a full environmental impact statement, or demand that ODOT conduct a full environmental impact statement to clearly and accessibly communicate to the public so that we know exactly what kind of decisions our leaders are making. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank all of you for being here. Appreciate your coming and your thoughtful comments. All right, so we have 6 people who are left to be heard from who have signed up to talk. So I'm going to invite 4 of them up now and then 2 in the last group so that we split this up a little bit. So the next 4 are Elaine Akamian. It's totally butchered that last name, sorry. Michaela Bishop, is that correct? Okay. Marilyn Fleemer, that's maybe close. Aaron Brown. So apologies for what I've just done to your names. Thank you for coming.
We're worried about what you're doing to the planet.
So far, I'm listening.
Action.
And about to buy an electric car. So I guess we should start here with Elaine. Thank you.
Yeah. My name is Elaine Akamian. I'm speaking on behalf on the Sunrise Movement. It was nice of you guys to move the meeting a little closer to Portland this time. We appreciate it. Maybe next time we'll be near the neighborhood that this project's proposed at.
We're trying for Portland in March. We'll see how we do.
Cool. Can't wait. Can't wait to be there. I'm a full-time student. I'm a full-time employee. I told you this last time I was here. Don't have a ton of time to do stuff outside of those 2 things, but I am a full-time climate activist because I really don't have a choice. Every moment of my future depends on it. I came here between my Portland State classes and my anniversary with my partner tonight, so here we go. More of us at Sunrise would like to show up at these meetings, but like I said before, they've been kind of all over the place up until now. In December, I and 4 other members of the Sunrise Movement drove 80 miles to Lebanon, Oregon to testify against the Rose Quarter Freeway expansion and demand an environmental impact statement be completed on this project. The whole day seemed really bizarre in retrospect. We drove out past Salem with only 7 days' notice for, at the time, a $500,000 project, now suddenly turned billion-dollar project. According to the Willamette Week, you knew the price tag for the project would be much higher than had been discussed, and you shared with the public. I was heartbroken and embarrassed to be pitted against contractors who appealed in favor of the freeway expansion. On the back of Sunrise's shirts, it makes our demands clear. We want good jobs and a livable future. It's on all of our backs. There it is. There we go. Neither of these demands are particularly radical unless ODOT seeks to pit these sensible interests against each other in the name of continuing a broken status quo. It was deeply disappointing when I recognized that ODOT was deliberately trying to pit folks who cared about workforce development and economic opportunities for marginalized communities against those of us fighting for a decarbonized future. Make no mistake, I and the members of the Sunrise Movement believe in a Green New Deal that provides an abundance of livable wages, green economy jobs, building the infrastructure to carry Oregon into a low-carbon future. I want these contractors being hired to build high-speed rails. I want them building public transit. I want those contractors building sidewalks and bike lanes so that low-income community members who live near ODOT's dangerous roads aren't putting their lives in the hands of whatever they need to cross the street. I want those contractors building parks and affordable houses to help heal neighborhoods torn apart by decades of unquestionably racist urban policy. All of these alternatives inherently create more jobs and put more people to work than dumping $1 billion for a couple asphalt and concrete contractors. And with all respect to the contractors justifiably eager for work, I have a humble question. Considering ODOT's willingness to mislead the public about the details of this project, I ask, how do you think this agency will follow through on its commitments to minority contracting? Governor Brown asked you to put off this decision to develop a leadership policy, to restructure your decision-making strategy, to table an environmental review discussion. I ask you and Governor Brown this: why waste time? Why waste my time? Why waste my generation's time? Why isn't it required that every infrastructure project complete an environmental impact statement? Why is it not important for you to advocate for something that is as simple as making absolutely clear what your contribution to our climate will be, doing your best to ensure a just and healthy future for everyone? What will your legacy be? Future generations will remember your inaction as forest fires get worse, as our natural world decays, and how that will impact our economy. We will remember that it will have taken too much time for ODOT to properly assess the environmental impact of this project, too much effort to care, and we will remember the political courage that you lack to stand up for us. Thank you for listening and taking into consideration my future, the future of my neighbors in Northeast Portland, the future of the students at Harriet Tubman Middle School. I hope you heed the request issued by Sunrise and No More Freeways to hold the March OTC in North Portland. But wherever you are, I assure you we will be there and we will be watching.
Thank you. Michaela?
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Michaela Bishop. I'm 21 years old, and I am a member of Sunrise PDX, who was raised in the Portland metro area. I'm here today instead of attending classes at Portland State University because as a young Oregonian, I cannot sit idly by while my future is jeopardized. The Rose Quarter Freeway expansion should not move forward in your minds and in your budgets. Some may say we need it for congestion, but I was raised in Wilsonville. I guarantee you, my firsthand experience, widening freeways does not reduce congestion. Some may say we need it for commuters, but if you incentivize alternate forms of transportation, such as biking or transit, commuters will find a different way to move because we are commanded by our system to make money. I am a cyclist. I am determined to never own a car. I ride 7 miles round trip to work each day because I've been told it's my responsibility to reduce carbon input. That responsibility to positively affect Portland's air quality, which is in the bottom 2% of cities worldwide, rests on my shoulders and the shoulders of my peers. And it shouldn't. 40% of Oregon's carbon emissions come from transportation. This freeway expansion and the cars that fill the roads are direct contributors to these statistics. Shame on ODOT. Cars consume the fossil fuels and create the carbon that endangers us, and choosing to widen freeways and heighten transit prices make it less affordable for people to travel without cars. We can increase personal, communal, and planetary health simply by incentivizing alternate transportation. With an impending global collapse and accelerating rates of health issues in local children, the change we implement today will have a rippling effect, just as climate change has an unceasing rippling effect. You may say we are one place, but we live on one planet, and the decisions that we make together interconnect us. Our actions and choices are interconnected. Portland is considered a climate leader. Climate leaders don't widen freeways. If the OTC and Governor Brown move forward with this project, it puts them firmly on the side of climate denialists by refusing to answer the call for moral responsibility to decarbonize our transportation systems. The car manufacturers and fossil fuel industries will whisper in your ear that profits are worth more and more important than the lives of the people at stake here, communally, and worldwide. They should not only be disregarded, but investigated. I have to believe there was a time when 20-year-olds did not live in fear of an impending global crisis, when people my age did not have to plead with their elders to stop endangering their children's lives. I have to believe we can create a world together where everyone has access to clean food, clean water, and safe shelter, regardless of economic status or race. I have to believe that there is a place when we can live in service to all communities. So we look forward in this single freeway project, and we see our hands making severe changes. Will your children look back and ask why we did not act in your own favor? In this moment, I am your child, and I am pleading with you to act for all the children who fight with me, for all the children suffering worldwide, for all the children in Oregon. Act in our favor. Negate the Rose Quarter Freeway expansion. At the very least, I demand that ODOT conduct a full environmental impact statement. Please, we need all hands working together in this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. Next, we have Marilyn, correct?
Yes, that's
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, good to see you all again. My name is Marilyn, and I'm here representing Sunrise PDX. Don't you think it's a little sad that we have to be here again today to beg you time and time again to think about humanity and the state of the planet in every decision that you make? Shouldn't responsible public leaders already be doing that? In the IPCC report, the world's top 90 scientists say that we have 10 years to dramatically lower our carbon emissions. We have 10 years to make unprecedented change. We have 10 years before it's too late. And this is how you respond? By giving us a freeway expansion in the backyard of a middle school? When 40% of Oregon's carbon emissions already come from transportation, and when it's the only area that Oregon doesn't have a plan to lower? Shouldn't you be putting our resources into lowering that number? Why can't you give minority contract workers clean, safe jobs? Why can't you give them jobs building light rails, buses, sidewalks, bike paths, etc.? There's no green jobs in fossil fuel infrastructure. And let me be clear, a freeway expansion is fossil fuel infrastructure. There are so many jobs that can be created with infrastructure that won't hurt me, my family, and my future family. Governor Brown, the OTC, and the elected officials in this room have to ask themselves if they are climate leaders, because climate leaders do not widen freeways. This project only hinders my ability to grow up living a normal life. Don't you know what's going on in the world? Don't you know a fire that's 242 times the size of Portland is burning in Australia? What's missing in this project is ethics and common sense. You should be ashamed to push forward this project without conducting a full environmental impact statement. It's almost as if you know the results won't look good for you. Please put our resources into the green infrastructure that we so desperately need. You all look pretty bored right now. If you don't want to be here, step aside and let those who will fight for a livable future be in charge. At the very least, I demand an environmental impact statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Mr. Brown, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Chair Van Brocklin, members of the Oregon Transportation Commission. My name is Aaron Brown. I live in the St. John's neighborhood of North Portland. I want to thank you for hosting this meeting in Lake Oswego, not 80 miles away. Maybe we'll get it in North Portland. I sent you a letter, then many Sunrise folks co-signed that. I hope you'll respond to our sensible requests for public transparency and accountability soon. Before I dig into my testimony, I also want to say thank you to the elected officials, who I believe have all largely left, and to Michael Alexander, who spoke to the importance of addressing historical injustices. No More Freeways and Sunrise PDX is an emphatic supportive of the restorative justice initiatives and reparations that Albina Vision is leading on, 100%. As I said, I was there with all of you last month in Lebanon. I was the one asking you as individuals to reflect how you intend to talk to your children over the holidays, your nieces and nephews, grandchildren, about your role, rubber stamping ODOT's terrible freeway expansion, perpetuating a climate emergency. These freeway numbers have been torn apart by every single trustworthy source. More of them are about to come testify. I was the one staring in your eyes, asking you how comfortable you'd be feeling knowing that your unwillingness to listen to the thousands, literally thousands of community members clamoring for racial justice, transportation justice, climate justice, your name's on the plaque on the side of this freeway expansion, ensuring you will be forever remembered as the appointed officials who failed to uphold their civic duty and their duty as moral humans when their moment of reckoning arrived. I understand that for many of you this sounds hyperbolic and annoying. Again, Commissioner Callery's not even looking at me. Perhaps you'd find these affronts to your character from me, a total stranger, somewhat uncivil and inappropriate. Maybe you find these desperate urges that you reconsider applying a little bit more scrutiny to this agency naive. Well, let's talk about what's happened in the last month since we all showed up and talked. First, the cost overruns. Apparently, many of you knew that the project was going to double in cost. And if it wasn't for Willamette Week and Governor Brown, the public wouldn't know that you knew that before you were planning to move forward with that vote. Yikes. I don't know why anyone continues to trust this agency. Second, I want to talk about Leslie Shimodecki, 51-year-old mom who never learned to drive, took public transportation for her daily errands. She worked at the Portland Children's Museum in Forest Grove. Yeah, she was hit and killed by a car last week on TV Highway. 40% of Washington's county's traffic fatalities happen on TV Highway. She was hit. It's TV Highways, of course, an ODOT-owned arterial. There isn't a single safe crossing on her stretch of that for a mile and a half. It costs like $100,000 at most to give her rapid flashing beacon. You got $1 billion for a freeway expansion that hasn't had a single traffic fatality in an entire decade, but you don't have money for the arterials where low income, communities of color, young people, old people, the disabled are frequently trying to catch a bus and every day wondering if it's safe to cross the street. Your priorities, you are complicit in all of this, and every day that you move forward with these freeways and not addressing the traffic safety, you are complicit. There were some other studies that came out. There's a study that came out that said spending $700 on an air filter at elementary schools in Los Angeles had a massive, massive increase in educational performance. There are enormous environmental justice things that are coming out with this air pollution. My time is running low, so I'm going to wrap it up. Oh yeah, what am I forgetting? The fires. Did you see that map showing how North America imposed on Australia, that Australia is burning essentially from Tampa to Toronto? Imagine if North America was on fire from Tampa to Toronto. Koalas were considered functionally extinct because of climate change. And guess what? That fire, your freeway, Van Brocklin, Director Strickler, your freeway is throwing gasoline on that fire. If you don't speak up in the next 2 months, you are complicit in guaranteeing that future generations are going to deal with bigger fires, floods, and other things ahead. Governor Brown, I hope your staff is watching. It doesn't appear that the Oregon Transportation Commission has the guts to lead on this. I happen to believe that you, Governor Brown, are a climate leader. I don't think climate leaders widen freeways. I encourage and implore you to know that Sunrise Youth, No More Freeways, and a litany of other community organizations are going to continue to stand up for restorative justice in the Albina neighborhood and to stop building freeways. Please demand that ODOT conduct an environmental impact statement. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate your being here and your thoughtful comments. Okay, we have two people yet to appear, Joe Courtwright and Soren Garber. I believe I have that right. So, Mr. Courtwright, Mr. Garber, in that order.
Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission, for the record, Joe Courtwright. As you all know, I'm an economist in Portland. I'm a numbers guy, and I've looked very closely at all the numbers related to the Rose Quarter. Before I get into those, there's one number you should be aware of, and that's 1,000. 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds per year is the increase in the carbon emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, in the Portland metropolitan area from transportation in each of the last 4 years. We are massively failing to reduce carbon emissions, and it's entirely due to the increase in driving. So this project is the front line in dealing with greenhouse gases, and that's the thing that we have to pay attention to. Now, you've been told by your department that they have models that show that this project will do two things, that it will reduce congestion and that it will have no effect on greenhouse gases. And I want to suggest to you, when you take a close look at those models, they prove neither of those things. In fact, the opposite is true. Everything we know about studying congestion, about increasing capacity on highways, whether you call it an auxiliary lane or not, is that adding capacity and improving flow of traffic attracts more vehicles. There's plenty of latent demand in urban environments for people to drive. So when you add more capacity, you generate more vehicle miles of traveled. It's so well established that it's now referred to as the fundamental law of road congestion. And ODOT's models don't incorporate it. They do not have a provision for estimating in what's called induced demand. Your staff and PBOT staff, Portland staff, both concede that that's the case. You will not affect recurring daily congestion levels. So you'll spend your $1 billion and that road will be just as jammed, if not more jammed than it is today. Their hope is that by making it somewhat wider, you'll reduce the number of crashes there. And that with fewer crashes, you'll have less what's called non-recurring delay. The difficulty with that is we know that there's no basis for their estimate that there'll be any reduction in crashes. And we know ODOT widened the stretch of highway north of there on Victory Boulevard, I-5, and crashes increased after they widened it. So they didn't reduce that. We know that their model does not technically deal with induced demand. It's a static assignment model rather than dynamic assignment model, which continues to lemming-like assume that people will continue to drive no matter how things get congested. And it's built on the assumption that we completed the Columbia River crossing in 2015 and it's providing 200,000 cars on I-5. So they've created a false base case scenario which overestimates how much traffic there is and will be without building the freeway, and then underestimates how much there'll be. The other thing is, despite what they've said about auxiliary lanes, when you read the plans, look at the plans, they're planning a 126-foot right-of-way through the Rose Quarter. That's enough for an 8-lane freeway. They haven't estimated the impacts of an 8-lane freeway. When you look at a model that shows what the effects of additional capacity are, like the California model, it says that we'll get an additional 5,000 to 8,000 tons of greenhouse gases a year if we widen this road. The only thing that works is congestion pricing. I guess the final thing that I'll say to you is, I know that you have a mandate from the legislature to pursue congestion pricing. If you want to avoid wasting $1 billion on this project, do congestion pricing first. It's the only thing that will work. Once you put it in place, you'll know whether and where you need to spend any money. So to conclude, I just called on the commission to take 2 actions. First, perform a full environmental impact statement on this project. It deserves that level of scrutiny. Now, you heard your staff earlier, Ms. Channel, say that they were going to do an independent estimator, have an independent estimator look at the costs. Have an independent analyst look at the climate impacts of this project. And you should insist on that as a minimum. And then finally, you ought to implement pricing first. Do road pricing first, and then you will know whether and where you should spend money, and you'll also have the resources to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Courtwright. Mr. Garber?
Commissioner Van Brocklin, Vice Chair Simpson, Commissioners, and Director Strickler. I'm Soren Garber. I'm a Portland resident. I'm a transportation planning consultant. I've been studying transportation for 40 years. And I want to thank you for establishing this public process and being thoughtful before jumping into an EIS, which would have been an easy decision, but one with some adverse impacts. I also want to congratulate ODOT and PBOT and now Metro for their assistance in helping this project to evolve. ODOT in particular has been very genuine, responsive to me personally in my participation in the project. PBOT has led an extraordinarily open and genuine process for over a decade, starting with the Northeast Quadrant Plan. I have a great deal of confidence in the team that you have working on the project. And now Metro and the county, I congratulate them for looking beyond the construction project with regard to other effects of the project. With regard to the environmental assessment, this project mitigates the most unsafe location on the state highway system, and obviously you're acknowledging this as your responsibility for providing a safe highway system. It doesn't take significant right-of-way for highway expansion. Rather, it uses it for construction purposes. It leaves a lot of land available for continued growth in the community. It has virtually no significant or unmitigatable environmental impacts. And the induced demand part of it, in contrast to what Joe said, there's no concrete, I study this stuff, I'm a geek about it, and there's no concrete evidence about auxiliary lanes and their association with induced demand. I have done an independent study of 3 locations in the Portland region, US 26, Highway 217, and the Victory Boulevard location, and we've seen tremendous population and employment growth, but we haven't seen the induced demand there. So there's no evidence about it. I am concerned, though, that the accident rate has increased at Victory Boulevard, and I'm not really sure why that is. I'm curious about that. But now we have this new idea to create mid-level housing or commercial space, and that's not a bad idea, especially if we can sell the air rights above the freeway to possibly cover some of our costs. But I worry that the clock is ticking and wonder if we can continue the EA process, see it through, and complete the feasibility studies of what we would need to do to allow that kind of construction on a lid. And if we find that it is feasible and we still think it's a good idea, possibly issue a supplemental environmental process. An EIS is not going to change any minds about this project, but it will lead to it being more challenging and funding and also many more unsafe events and air quality degradation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garber, and thank you to all of those who commented today. We appreciate your being here. So, for the commission, I think we're at a point where we should turn to the, I guess, to my proposed recommendations and talk about them and see what the commission's preferences are. I would just offer up to get the ball rolling the first three because I think those are all not, well, those are three proposals that I believe we've talked about before. The first is regular communication on the project to DOTC from ODOT and to the community. The second is to approve the cost to complete report. And the third is to set a date certain by which we will have made a decision on the environmental pathway under NEPA of March 20th, on or before March 20th. So I would offer those up as a starting point, and then I'll let the commission delve into the other proposals I've made. So I will move those three items subject to a second.
No, subject to a correction.
And subject to a correction, apparently.
You forgot to say submission to the legislature.
Yes, in terms of approval of the cost to complete and submission of it to the Joint Committee on Transportation pursuant to the rule with respect, pursuant to the statute with respect to the cost to complete report we've just heard about earlier in the afternoon. Thank you, Commissioner.
Second.
Moved and seconded on items 0, 1, and 2. Any discussion on any of them? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Floor is open with respect to items 3 through, I think it's 11.
Well, how about we go 3 at a time?
3 at a time is fine with me.
Okay, I propose adoption of items 3, 4, and 5. Item 3 is direct ODOT to establish a Rose Quarter Executive Advisory Committee. Item 4 is direct ODOT to establish a Project Community Advisory Committee. Let's see, and that's got a goal of convening the first meeting on or before April 1st, 2020. And item 5 is direct ODOT to recommend Rose Quarter project principles and values.
Is there a second?
I'll second those.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Discussion.
Yes,
I just
Commissioner
wanna-
Smith.
Yes, I just wanted, I think it's a good idea. I want to make sure that we continue the dialogue with our community partners, and I think, you know, establishing the advisory committee and community advisory committee falls along those lines. I want to make sure that we are reaching out to the folks that we've heard from today to make sure that that community committee is well representative of the neighborhood and the folks who have a stake in decisions going forward. And the same with the project principles and values. I think we need to work with our community partners to develop those. So I think that those are good goals, and I think we need to continue to do that.
I completely agree.
And I would like to add to that, just for the record, that I think it's significantly important that we pursued on that path, and I definitely second a lot of your comments, primarily because not only am I been identified as to chair at least the Executive Advisory Committee, but more importantly, from my engagement in the value pricing process and the amount of engagement and community outreach that entailed, I thought that was very inclusive. But more importantly, I've been very adamant and excited about getting this Executive Advisory Committee nailed down ever since we started engaging with community stakeholders months ago. And so I'm just looking forward to working with our local stakeholders and to try to figure out a way that we can create something here that's a little bit more comprehensive and truly serves the triple bottom line in terms of how we invest public resources into our communities. So I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simpson. Other comments or discussion? Commissioner Brown?
I agree with everything that's said, and I think that, speaking with Metro President Lynn Peterson earlier, that the community really feels like they need to be heard and that there is a true partnership that is going to move forward so that voices are heard. And I totally agree with her. I think that it's out of our purview to do some of that work, and I think that that Vice Chair Simpson is the perfect person to lead that effort forward. So
I agree with all these comments, and I think the Vice Chair is in the best position to chair that committee and has had the longest standing engagement in the subject among the five of us.
Well, I agree with all of the comments, especially on the Community Advisory Committee, but I think we also have to look at all the other users of this piece of infrastructure, because it is critical to the economy of our state. And if we're going to have funds available in the future, we can't damage the economy to the point where we can't fund anything, whether it's climate change efforts or anything else.
Further comments on this motion? On items 3, 4, and 5? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed? Approved. What's your pleasure with respect to items 6 through 11?
Maybe we could take item 6 by itself, because I think that bears discussion.
All right. Commissioner Smith, item 6.
So item 6 is to direct ODOT to conduct a Rose Quarter I-5 cover evaluation and alternatives report. We've heard a lot of community discussion about that today, and I think going forward, it's important for us to work with the community to make sure that we are engaging them in their vision. We've gotten to this point after a lot of community input that went into the existing Portland plans. So it's kind of starting from that point. That was a decision that has been adopted into the Portland plans. That doesn't mean that the dialogue is over. We are charged with implementing what the legislature has directed us to do, which is to build this project. It's been funded. It's something that we have been given that charge to do. That still gives us the opportunity to move forward with that project in a way that works with our community partners. And I think having the cover study is important. My understanding is that, if we decide to go forward as a commission, that study is in the range of $1 million, which we would be committing to as part of that ongoing conversation. Having said that, I think we are also mindful that we've been given a certain amount of funding from the legislature. We'll have to have a dialogue going forward, depending upon how, if we go forward, how that report comes out. There may be the need for funding partnerships, additional revenues, and we won't know of that until we do the study. So I think it's important for us to do the study. But I don't think we can commit to whatever the vision is. If it costs substantially more, we don't have the money to commit to that. We'd have to figure out a way to work with the partners and get their buy-in, get the legislature. So by saying we're gonna do the study, I don't think it's committing us to pay for everything.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, Commissioner. Thank you for making it. We have, as you've said, we have been mandated by the legislature to design and construct a project. So that was a decision the legislature made, and we are not in a position to override the legislature's decision on that. So we have a legislative mandate to build this project, design and build this project. We now, today, are forwarding to the legislature at their request and in the bill, House Bill 2017, a cost to complete estimate that is substantially higher than the amount of money that they have dedicated to the project. So they've dedicated somewhere in the 450 to 500 million range project and bonded. And we have a cost estimate we were now forwarding to the legislature, which estimates this project will cost, before a cap or caps, will cost somewhere between 715 million and 795 million, substantially more than 450 to 500 million, and that's before these costs. So there would have to be a discussion, as you say, with many parties about how that got funded, whatever that is, if we get to that. So there's a lot of work ahead on this concept, but I think the first step is worth taking, and I think our commitment to it should be a very clear and significant statement by this commission that we are trying to partner with local government, not through words, but actions and financing. $1 million is, I believe, more than any of the partners we've been meeting with has put forward for this project. And that would be on top of or as part of the 450 to 500 million we've been allocated. So I feel like it's a significant commitment to at least explore the idea. But to your point, so far what we've decided to do is explore the idea and not take any further step.
Well, and I think included in number 6 is number 7, to continue to coordinate with our regional partners. As Metro pointed out, I think they've put $10 million forward into the project
Yes.
in the past. And so I think that one of the things that is going to be very important is item number 7, where we continue working not only with the jurisdictions, but with the public schools, the Albina Vision, and all the other parties that are involved.
Yeah, I was imprecise. I meant into the cap topic, not the entire project. So, okay, further discussion on Commissioner Smith's motion? Do we have a second?
I don't think I actually moved it, so
Oh,
I
would
so
you move
move.
it? All right, moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Next.
Item 7, direct ODOT to continue to. You did twice.
There's too many of us turned on.
Oh, okay. Item 7, direct ODOT to continue to coordinate with regional partners. Item 8, direct ODOT to establish Rose Quarter project equity principles. I think those two go together, so I will move them.
Second.
They all went together. Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Take us home. Take us home, Martin. Item 9, direct ODOT to consider. What time is it?
This is a test.
Yes, it is. Direct ODOT to consider a Rose Quarter project environmental peer review. Item 10, direct ODOT to undertake further steps to establish congestion pricing on I-5 in the Rose Quarter area. Item 11, direct ODOT to continue to work with Portland Public Schools to attempt to address Portland Public Schools' concerns about the Rose Quarter project. So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And I would just say that these recommendations, as slightly amended today, were included in the letter I sent last week to a number of our project partners, and so that is in the public realm. But this set of actions is simply I shouldn't say simply, is an action by the commission formally on the proposals I put forward. So I appreciate the commission's willingness to consider these in kind of an unusual order, because I did put them forward to the partners as part of an effort to try and communicate off of the last meeting we all had, because I wanted to get a communication out, and I know that is not normally how we operate, so I appreciate everyone's patience in taking that step with me. I felt it was important to get a communication out ahead of this meeting to the partners so they had some idea about at least where I was, what I was thinking in terms of what we might act on. So that will not be the standard modus operandi, but it proved to be, I think, the right way to move this set of actions forward. I would turn to Commissioner Strickler for any comments he's got about what we've just done. Maybe I should have asked you before we did it, Chris.
No, I think you're absolutely fine, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I thought for clarity's sake, I might run through what I think we just adopted. And
That would be
when I say
great.
we, I mean you. So in your first vote, and actually, let me step back for a moment. I want to thank you for taking these into consideration. Clearly, you saw from a panel, a wide-ranging series of opinions as it relates to this project and work that needs to continue as we go forward, and the types of things that we need to be bringing back answers on. Many of those things are reflected in what the actions were that you just took, and many of them are actually very either synonymous or almost a direct pull from some of the correspondence that we received. So I appreciate your leadership on this and the clear direction to the agency. When you direct the agency, clearly we have responsibility in all of us. You saw the project director and the agency leadership team that will be charged with taking many of these efforts forward. They are still in the room, and they're the ones that will be really marching forward literally as of this afternoon from the direction you stated. So with that, I'll say, for the purposes of clarifying the record, what I heard you endorse, the first vote endorsed a request to ODOT to provide regular progress updates to the OTC and to the community on ongoing actions within the Rose Quarter project, and we will do just that. The second portion of that was approving the submission of the Rose Quarter Cost to Complete report as presented to you, and in conjunction with the requirements set forth in House Bill 2017. So with that direction, we'll be submitting the Cost to Complete report. Third portion of that first vote was by March 20th, 2020, directing ODOT at that time, so not today, but at that time, directing ODOT to complete the work for the environmental assessment for the Rose Quarter project, or conduct an environmental impact statement, and that will occur in the March 20th meeting or before. That was the summary of the first vote. The next vote was for directing ODOT to establish a Rose Quarter Executive Advisory Committee, doing that cooperatively with our partners and working with the chair and vice chair, which would chair this committee. Pardon the verbiage there. But really attempting to get that meeting scheduled so that we have work started literally before that March timeframe. Project team will begin working on that right away. The next one is to direct ODOT to establish a project community advisory committee
by the April 1st timeframe, and that would include community partners and those that are invested in the decisions that the project team and ODOT and the commission will make on this project going forward. Again, a reminder that not all the decisions have been made clearly. The next one is directing ODOT to recommend Rose Quarter project principles and values, and to do that in conjunction with our partners, and many of those things that we heard before. So that is the summary of the second vote. The third vote was directing ODOT to conduct a cover evaluation and alternatives report. And this is to analyze those top of freeway connections and look at, with our partners, as well as a qualified firm, structural capacity and answer questions in addition to just the structural, or excuse me, in addition to not just the structural capacity, we answer questions about that independent report. And we will take that forward. The next vote was to direct ODOT to continue to coordinate with our regional partners. We will clearly be doing that, and we'll be doing that at every level within our project structure. So that won't just be myself, that will be myself, our project team, all the way through as we have previously done. Direct ODOT to establish Rose Quarter project equity principles specific to contracting opportunities for the minority community. And we will be taking that forward as well. That was the summary of that, what I guess would be the fourth vote. The fifth vote is to direct ODOT to consider a peer review of the environmental findings specific to air quality and noise for the environmental assessment work. Direct ODOT to undertake further steps to consider congestion pricing in parallel with the Rose Quarter project. And directing ODOT to continue working with our partners at Portland Public Schools to address the concerns associated with Harriet Tubman Middle School. And that is the summary of the final vote. Mr. Chair, members, did I capture that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for your leadership, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Director. I also want to thank the ODOT project team that was up here earlier, and others who were involved in this work, particularly our project director, Megan Channel, who has done an outstanding job and really is a great person to work with on this, as well as, of course, Mac and Cooper and Mike and all of those of you who are involved. This is a challenging subject, and there are a lot of values and interests and ideas to consider. We are trying to be a thoughtful partner in all of that. We are trying to listen and learn, and we are trying to convey things that might not have been foremost in people's minds who we're talking with, so that we're all thinking about the full range of things involved in this. This is a very unique area in the state with a long history, and we're trying to be respectful to all of the considerations that have been raised, environmental, social, economic, and otherwise. So we're probably not going to make every single person happy every single day with respect to this, but we're trying to be as smart as we can about it. So we appreciate everyone's participation and advice and point of view being expressed, and we look forward to continuing the work. So with that, I think we're going to move to our final item, which is the consent calendar, which I'm going to participate in other than the third item in the consent calendar. Before I do that, I want to make note of the fact to the commission that I have a conflict in our current scheduled meeting time, and so we will which we were planning to do a phone meeting in February anyway. So we will be either moving the date of the meeting, which I anticipate being a phone meeting and shorter than our normal meeting, or we will be canceling that meeting, since we will be having a full 2-day meeting in March. And that will depend on what items come up in the next week or so. I do think February is an okay month to not meet, because we have just given the department a lot of work to do. And I think we need to have them doing that work rather than preparing for another meeting with us. So unless there's something that comes up that we absolutely need to meet, either need to meet in February, in which case it will be on a date to be determined in February, expect us to cancel that meeting, and we'll just move to the March meeting. So with that, I will turn it to the director to take us through the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you mentioned, the potential for conflict in consent calendar item 3, I'd request at this time to pull forward consent item 3 and ask for a motion for that consent item.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
My comment is I have, my law firm has potential, my law firm represents parties who are part of the right-of-way, involved in right-of-way discussions with ODOT, and therefore I'm going to, in an abundance of caution, declare a potential conflict of interest under ORS 244 and recuse myself from the entire right-of-way resolution. I will, however, run the vote on it. So I will abstain from this matter. So all of those in favor of approval of the consent calendar item 3?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Aye. I am abstaining. All right, let's move to the rest of the agenda, or the rest of the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd ask for a motion on the rest of the consent in block, those being items 1, 2, and 4 through 16.
All items but item 3. Is there a motion?
So moved?
Second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, very good. Is there any other business to come before the commission today, Mr. Director?
Mr. Chair, I think you've had a full day. I think we're done.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate everyone being here. Thank you to the ODOT staff who put this together, and thank you very much to the commissioners for their good work. We're adjourned.